Hello there. How's it going? Is this? Yeah. Hi. So how's it going? Is this the six planet lineup? So about that. Anyway, let me get to that in a moment. But yeah, as you can see, if you were on online yesterday, the chat overlay actually works, which is great. Anyhow, I actually already started imaging something mostly because I was having difficulty. I wanted to make sure everything was working before the stream started. I might have to push it back even further next time because 9:30 was kind of pushing it. But yeah, welcome. And if you're watching this after the fact, welcome. And yeah, so we're just gonna get to some live observing and a little chit chat, Q&A, whatever, wherever we go. That's wherever you go, there you are. So the six planet lineup. So about that, the problem. They talked about this a lot on. I mean, I don't know how exactly this kind of came to pass, but the what do you call it? It was in the media, and there were articles about this kind of parade of planets, and it was kind of it was highly misleading. I think it was only at the very beginning of the month. I can bring it up in Stellarium, but basically there were theoretically six planets visible, except but it was only in the morning. It was in the morning right before sunset. And the problem was two of the planets, Mercury and Jupiter, were really close to the sun, so they would have been kind of hard to see. And then you had Mars and Saturn, which were visible, but then Uranus and Neptune were not visible. I mean, they're not naked eye planets. So, and these were kind of scattered over like a fairly wide swath of sky. It wasn't like they were right near each other. So that was kind of a disappointment, or I felt like it was overhyped. But where do I have it? I don't think I have it in a written form, but basically it's a shame because they overhyped it. But there are some interesting things happening, like in like a month or two. I think in August there's going to be a conjunction of I think it's Mars and Jupiter, and they're going to be really close to each other, like kind of like if you remember a few years ago, Jupiter and Saturn were really close to each other, like so close that when you looked at them through binoculars, they were like in the same field of view. But let me see what this looks like. Mars, Jupiter conjunction. I mean, I'll do a video about it. When is that? Yeah, August 14th. They'll be only separated by a fraction of a degree. So I mean, so like less than the size of the moon in the sky, they'll be that close to each other, and that'll be pretty spectacular. Actually, I can bring that up in Stellarium as kind of a I like Stellarium for this kind of thing. I'm just getting it ready. So August 14th, and we'll look for the Jupiter. We'll look for the Jupiter. We'll look for Jupiter. Now, is it going to be in the morning? Yeah, it's going to be in the morning sky, I think. Yeah. Or you'll be able to see it after midnight. But let me switch to the computer screen. So you can see, so this is kind of the night sky on August 14th. And if you go look at, yeah, so the, oops, I double clicked on it. But you can see, this is the field of view of the Seestar, and you know, like photos of the moon and sun end up taking up much of this field of view. So you can see that Jupiter and Mars will be really close to each other. It should be really impressive. And something you'll be able to see with your naked eye, but also with like binoculars or a small telescope. It'll look really neat because like this is one of Jupiter's moons. So one of Jupiter's moons won't be that much further. I mean, like Mars will be almost, I mean, they won't quite overlap, but they'll get pretty close to each other. So I think that's more interesting. And I think a lot of people will find that kind of cool. But the parade of planets, I think, was kind of overhyped. And it was only for a very brief period of time early in the month. Like if you go, let's look at the morning sky. See, sometimes it ends up being laggy. Stellarium. But if we look, we turn off this, and so this is just before sunrise, and you can see you've got Jupiter and Mars, and I think Saturn's somewhere over there. Yeah, Saturn's way up here. So like it's a big chunk of the sky. And so it really was kind of, and I think it was only for like a day or two before Mercury ended up kind of dipping back towards the sun. So, yeah, so that, anyway, so that's what that was about. Actually, I need to remember something about the moon because I did something kind of, I don't think I'm in a position to test out that Seestar out the window, but I did actually kind of rig up something earlier today as kind of a test. Let me see. You can see this photo here. I had the Seestar mounted on a tripod, and I had one of the legs hanging out the window. And so it was basically in the window frame. I can't actually close the window where it is right now. But the cool thing about that is I was able to take a photo of a very thin crescent moon. I think it's only like 36 or 37 hours old. So you can see like what a thin crescent it was. But it was kind of cool because I think the first photo of it I took before it was before sunset. So when was the first photo? Yeah, it was about 20 minutes before sunset. So much so that it immediately I told it to go to the moon, and it did, but I couldn't actually see it. Yeah, so the moon is about I think it's about that. It's about a quarter the diameter of Earth. Let me oops. Yeah. Okay. Is there a new update out there? What happened with the so the context is warning from the Seestar, do not update to the latest firmware. That's not good. Did they say what's going on with it? I'm just looking at my phone to see. Yeah, it says there's oh, that sucks. yeah, see if you see I have it says, yeah, the update came out today, added sliding assist photo bar. If autofocus is canceled, stop at current position. Optimize text, fix known bugs. Sounds like they may have introduced some bugs. So luckily I have my app set to not update automatically. So that's yeah. Oh man, no, that's not good. It won't. You can only use it in scenery mode. Yeah. No, that's not good. Didn't receive a notification. Yeah, well, I don't have my I have my phone set to not automatically update apps. Like I go in and periodically, like I'll manually update them. So the where it could be a problem is if your app ends up updating itself, then it'll think it needs to update the firmware. No, that's not good. And yeah, no, that's not good at all. Well, thanks for the warning. Hopefully, if you're watching this, either now or later, the firmware for the Seestar is broken. Yeah, that's yeah, that's great. That's troubling. I mean, they've had a couple of like they've been adding some nice features, but they've also added some bugs. I mean, there's been some bugs recently, like the one uh, with the connection with the Wi-Fi connection issue, at least on iOS, where it would just kind of get in this mode of just spinning. And I was able to kind of, yeah, it wouldn't connect. But the telescope was fine. It's just it would have connection issues, and I think they updated the app to fix that. It wasn't a firmware issue, but yeah, that's not. Hopefully yours didn't update. That's kind of troubling. I mean, that's the downside of smart telescopes, you know. I mean, smart anything. It's not limited to telescopes, you know, that they'll push out some bad update, you know. But yeah, that's disconcerting. So, too bad I can't like pin the message to the to the stream, like do not update to the latest Seestar firmware. Actually, maybe I'll let me go in here. I'm gonna go. I mean, you know, there's not necessarily a ton of people, but what was it? Sorry, I'm anyway, I updated the description on the video for whatever it's worth. But yeah, that's kind of troubling. I'm glad I didn't update my because I've been trying to get in the habit of checking if there's been an update before I have a stream. And that would have been awkward if I would have updated mine. It would have been a fairly short stream, but it would have been very illustrative if I would have updated my telescopes just before the stream and broken them. It's like, well, can't do anything today because I broke my There's a bug. Anyway, so speaking of not broken, because I wasn't sure if what do you call it? I wasn't sure if I wanted to try to get the telescope aligned before the stream started, so I would avoid the issues I had last time, last night. So I went ahead and I tried aligning it on Arcturus, but for some reason it was having a hard time with Arcturus, even though it's a very bright star. It pointed kind of the wrong direction, and so I went ahead and told it to try to get to M13, and it actually was able to. It succeeded. So this started imaging before the stream, although it's not having the best luck because it's gotten 12 minutes of data, and that's over like 40 minutes. So it's not doing a lot. It's not doing great right now. But no, although who knows? It was also twilight. Yeah. 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 I mean, like, I know my app hasn't been updated, so I think it's okay on my side. But if you have like auto update on your apps, that could be a problem. Did you? I didn't download my new update. It's still pending. Yeah. Have you tried? I have. I've tried the Bahtinov mask. It was okay. I need to try it again. I think the problem is my seeing is usually so bad that just about any star doesn't produce enough. Not seeing that transparency is usually so bad. I don't see the diffraction. The diffraction spikes aren't very well. I mean the pattern for the Bahtinov mask, it's not very visible. So yeah, I haven't really used it, unfortunately. Yeah, plus. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, like I say, if I would have updated mine before the stream, that would have been a very short stream. Let me see. Oops. Yeah. So what else? So yeah, so I'm doing M13. I want to do the Crescent Nebula again, but that's going to be later. Oh no, is it one of those, is it just a 3-day or is it one of those multi-day holidays? I used to be more on top of those holidays when I worked for a company that had more, yeah, years ago. But yeah, that's not good. Hopefully they'll have somebody. If it's a severe enough fix, they're going to have someone fix it. I mean, if it's a severe enough issue, they're going to have someone fix it. Anyway, I need to take a sip of coffee. Hold on. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, it's they're the Dragon Boat Festival. So that's not good. Um, oh no. Oh no. Oh, oh, that's rough. Yikes. That's sorry you having is it as broken as they say it is? Let me switch back so we can watch the M13. The only problem with the way I have M13 right now is it's not exactly like I had it yesterday. If you watched the stream from yesterday, I had kind of slightly offset M13 and in the field of view because I was wanting to get a specific NGC object and then this IC object. The IC object should be in the frame of view, but the NGC is out of the frame. So, but that's okay. I'm getting more data of NGC. I mean, actually, to be fair, I'm getting more data on the thing that's on the globular cluster itself, and also on one of these faint objects over here, which is that radio galaxy that's like well, what did we say? What did I say? It was like 500 million light years away. Let me bring back Stellarium to the present. M13 or M13. Oh, okay. Oh, that's and sadly, scenery mode is probably the mode for me that I have used the least. Like I think I've used it twice. Once when I first got the telescope and it was still daylight and I wanted to point at something, and so I pointed it at a tree off in the distance. And then I think I used it again, but I've almost never. So if you didn't update the firmware, and if your backup iPad isn't set to auto update, I would think it would be okay. I mean, one thing you could do is like turn off Wi-Fi and then go and make sure that it's not set to auto update the Seestar app and hope that it hadn't updated it. So I would check that, but be careful. Like if you do have auto updates on the backup iPad, it's funny. I don't have auto updates turned off for this kind of reason, but I'm glad I do have them off. But I actually have it off just because I like reading. It's kind of the weirdest reason. I like reading the release notes before I update it, and I know if it auto updates, I wouldn't get to the release notes, or I wouldn't see that. I wouldn't read them. Let me see. Yeah, I'm just sorry, I'm checking my phone for auto updates right now just to make sure that that I don't have something turned on. Yeah. Yeah. So this is on my phone. I have it set on the App Store under settings to not the thing in the middle here. App updates, automatically install new app updates. I have it turned off. Yeah. So yeah, it's cloudy. So for a while though, so I'm not bothered. So I wasn't planning on using it. Yeah, at least there's that. Like, I would have been very upset if I would have locked myself out of my Seestars today because I have a clear night tonight. I might have a clear night tomorrow night. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah. So you should be okay then. Yay. Yeah. Yoinks. Yeah. So if you look at, so I'm back looking at M13, which is what I'm imaging, and you can see like this IC 4617, which is the fainter object near M13 that I wanted actually more data on, is in the field of view because it's pretty close. So you can see right here. Is it there? Yeah, you can see like it's somewhere like over here. I think it's one of these faint stars, like near the center. So yeah, I'm just getting a little bit more data. I'm probably going to stop it before too long and move on to something else. Although I'm not 100% sure what, because I want to image the Crescent Nebula, but that's not until later tonight. Let me look here. So last night I did M13, the T Coronae Borealis, the blaze star. It hasn't gone nova, so at least as of yesterday. NGC 6044, which was a it's a galaxy. Well, it's a galaxy cluster in near Serpens. I'm not sure if I want to do that one again because they're all really small and faint. So this is what I was imaging, or one of the targets yesterday, but it wasn't. Yeah, I mean all of them you can see. So the red line is how big the Seestar frame of view would be, and you can see it's like all these galaxies. I mean, like you can tell they're galaxies. They're kind of oblong, and it's not just like the oblong stars that you sometimes get on the Seestar, but it's actually but they're really still small in the frame of view. So I don't think I want to do that one again today. So what else did I target? That one quasar 3C273, but I think the problem is that was, again, it's to my west, and I have my other Seestar is pointing west right now, but I only used it to take those photos of the moon, and I haven't used it. Actually, I need to turn off. Need to turn off the deep sky survey. Yeah, it's to the southwest. So I'm not going to image that. And 6888. Yeah, that wasn't until later. So let me see. Yeah. So what was I? Oh, one thing I wanted to kind of talk about just briefly while I'm waiting on that, on a little bit more data on M13. This question came up about some of these, like there's artifacts in the catalog, and let me see if I can find one. Besides these kind of artifacts, there's these other ones. Actually, you'll see them in the Seestar catalog. Let me try to pull up one in the Seestar catalog. Where's Arcturus? I'm kind of looking at it off screen before I yeah, okay. Yeah, so here's an example. And you can see in the center of the field, you see this kind of spider thing. It's a it's the telescope that was used. These particular these images in the Seestar Atlas are from this Deep Sky Survey, DSS or something like that, and it has these artifacts, and they're reflections when the telescope was pointing relatively near to a bright star. So you can see here's Arcturus, and so when it was photographing kind of over this area, there was some kind of internal reflection into the telescope, and so it got captured. And these were filmed on like either film or plates, and when they got digitized, like the artifacts came along. So the first time I saw one of these, I was like, I wasn't sure what it was. And there's some other ones that look kind of like clips or insects or something like that. So it's kind of interesting. But it's it is a I wasn't 100% sure. It looked like it was a telescope reflection, but I actually had I double checked. What was it? Was it this one? Yeah, the artifact. Because they talk about, yeah, it's in the Simbad sky map. And it came from, what was it? It came from the, what was it? Like it mentioned the particular survey. It was, but yeah, it's in a bunch of different catalogs because this particular full sky catalog is used in a lot of different places, and so you'll see these weird artifacts. Yeah. Anyway, it's kind of, yeah, from the digital sky survey, and so digitized sky survey. It was taken between 83 and 2006. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. Little things you end up running across. Let's see, we're up to 24 minutes on M13. So you can see yesterday on the stream, it was I think it was Wiley's site mentioned that we were talking about the Seestar automation, and unfortunately I wasn't able to actually, yeah, sorry, Jack G. Yeah, no, thanks for Gannon, who first raised the alarm bell, because that could be bad. I mean, it could be bad if you update your app and the firmware and you were planning on observing. Now, if you had rainy days for a few days, you're okay, but they'll fix it. But if not, that would be kind of a bummer. Um, but yeah, so we were. It came up last night where we're talking about Seestar automation and how this Kai with Seestar, he has a few videos on his YouTube channel, but he's come up with these scripts and software that let you can control it from you. If you set this up on a computer, you can control your Seestars using Stellarium or other software. It kind of exposes this standard interface that, and he also wrote a script where you can just kind of, like, if you're comfortable with the command line, you can run commands that will basically tell it to go to a certain point in the sky, take a photo. It supports mosaics, so you can take photos of larger objects. It's definitely a little bit, it's not like a point and click thing at this time, but unfortunately I ran out of time to actually install it, but I hope to play around with it soon because I really do want to get both Seestars running at the same time. And it's just been, like, I was able to get it working at one point, but now it's kind of, I've been having, ever since that kind of connectivity glitch, the bug in the iOS app, I've been having, it may just be a coincidence, but I've had a hard time getting both working. And even before, I had difficulty sometimes if I had both running on the same wireless network, like if I had them in station mode. So I really want to try this out so I can actually use both, image both with both at the same time. But yeah, I was just kind of looking at some information on that, but haven't actually had a chance to test it out. But I'm looking forward to doing that. One thing I was debating is switching telescopes partway through the night, but I'm afraid the other one I probably would need to calibrate, so I'm probably going to skip it. It's still sitting in the window, kind of hanging halfway out. So does anybody have their suggestions on targets for the night? I'm just looking through my notes to see what things. The biggest constraint is I can't, unless I got that other Seestar working, I can't image anything to the west. I'm just kind of looking through my notes. Let me take a sip of coffee. I was running around quite a bit before the stream, just trying to get the telescope working. Oh. There's a bypass to not being able to. So what's the bypass? I mean, personally, I'm not. If you've already updated, I could see that being useful. I'm not going to update until I hear that they. Oh. You randomize. So are you saying you like. What do you mean by randomize the latitude and longitude? Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Well, that's good. If there's a workaround. It sounds like, yeah, somebody made a mistake. Um somebody made a mistake with the update. Which location are you talking about? Random location. Oh, okay. Okay. Right, right. Like when it doesn't know where you are. Right. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Well, that's good. Right. Right. Yeah, the problem is that that sounds like that might be there might be a lot of users who aren't going to be able to easily do that. But at least you're able to work around it. That's good. It definitely sounds like the best thing is to not update it if you can help it. Um, yeah, man, that is a major bummer. And especially they need to not push out updates. Just I mean, I've worked with computers, one could say, over the years, and yeah, update, don't update, don't update to the latest update. It's bad. It's a bad update. It will lock you out of everything except scenery mode. Um, so if you can avoid updating, yeah, don't update the app. Um, yeah, because it's yeah, but even I think you can put dates. Like you can put, I know with Apple you can specify a date you want it to go live, and I guess yeah, my it's like you don't want to release software on a week going into a weekend if you can help it. Like I mean, like there's certain industries and certain things that you can only, like if it's something that serves, like if it's for a business that's only open during normal business hours, like sure you do your updates on the weekend, but if it's something for consumers, yeah, you wouldn't want to push it out like going into a weekend. That just seems like an accident waiting to happen. I, I'm not trying to armchair quarterback it. I've had a little bit of experience with software over the one could say. Um, but yeah, and especially going into I mean, yeah, I could see kind of the what do you call it, the um I could see, like there's deadlines and you're trying to get stuff out before a nice long holiday, but if it has bugs, that's not good. But yeah, Hello, Stranded Kerbal. Is that from like Kerbal Space whatever the Kerbal Space Program? Um, yeah. Man, yeah, Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, I thought so. I I I didn't actually know about that until I saw it on some space related YouTube channel, uh, Scott Manley's channel, I think it was. Um, but yeah. Um, how many minutes is this up to? Oh, we're past half an hour. Well, that's good. I think it might be time to move on to another target, but oh, that looks. I love it when I'm kind of scrolling around in Stellarium and I run across just random things, and sometimes they have such colorful nicknames. So you get things like, oh, that's too bad. Yeah, I had heard about version 2, but I didn't know it was a dud. Well, that's unfortunate. Um, but yeah, the globular cluster turned out nicely. One thing I need to spend more time on is trying to process them more, because like where you like the core is kind of overexposed, and trying to process the reprocess this in like serial so that it isn't where you can see a little bit more detail in the core. um, I need to go back and do that some more. Yeah, yeah, I don't have much I, it's not that I didn't for me, it wasn't that I didn't have time to play games. I just was terrible at them. um Waste of $60. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So talking about strange galaxy names, so you have things like what do you call it, the Whirlpool Galaxy, and some of these other ones, but I like this, the Dust Devil Galaxy. Like, really? What is that? What does it look like? The Dust Devil. I guess maybe it's Dusty Galaxy. Oh, it's got these lines in the center. I'm curious now. Which one is this one? I think it's the wrong direction, so I won't be able to image it, but I'm just curious now. What? No, that's not a real photo. Oh, sunflower. No. Oh. Oh yeah. Actually, yeah. That looks cool. Granted, this was taken with not a Seestar, that photo. Um, oops. Oh, sorry, I pulled up the wrong message. Saving for Seestar, maker combinations. Yeah, you mean like a mosaic where you kind of combine a series of images? Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Where are those? Um, Dust Hell. I have a feeling this might end up being a rabbit hole. Is it Tweedledee and Tweedledum? Wait, I also saw tweezers. Okay, let's turn this off. There's Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Oh! Oh, I see. Where is that? Yeah, it's too low for me right now. Like anything below, I mean, even if it's a good direction, anything below like 30 degrees above the horizon is usually kind of out of bounds. Yeah, yeah, Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Those are really interesting names. Yeah, yeah. NGC. Let's look that up. Oh, well, that's cool. It's still loading. That's really cool. How big is that? Oh, that's actually not too bad. Oh, that is actually really high in the sky. Which direction is it? Of course, it's the direction I can't see. This is why I need to I need to make a note of that one. I think I'm going to do another I'm going to have to do another until I can get both Seestars working at the same time. I think I'm going to have to switch to only doing the west facing one for like at some point, and try to get some of these targets. Cause that looks like that would be a cool one. 5033. I'm coming up with a list of things to the west for me to, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Mosaics. This thing that I had mentioned, I don't know if you saw it. Oh yeah. So any of the images? No, I haven't. Oh, where is the link to the Discord? Is it on his is it on his YouTube channel, or is it something he's posted on like Cloudy Nights or something? Sorry, oh, it's on his Facebook group. Okay, I need to check. Oh, let me see if I can bring that up. I'm not bringing up my Facebook on air because you never know what might be on it. Let's see. Okay. What is it? It is Smart Telescope. Underground or underworld? Is it Smart Telescope Underground or Underworld? Because I'm a member of this Facebook group called Smart Telescope Underworld. Or is this something like Fight Club that I shouldn't have mentioned on a YouTube stream? The first rule of Smart Telescope Underworld is there is no or don't talk about Smart Telescope Underworld. Because I'm not seeing Smart Telescope Underground, but I see. Okay. Yeah. I actually I don't even remember how I ended up there, but I'm already a member of the group. Maybe I saw it a few weeks ago when I was looking at some of his stuff, and so I went ahead and joined it somehow. Um, but yeah, I'm in the group. I'll have to check that out. Um, okay, so it isn't like it isn't like a Fight Club. So that's good. I'm not gonna get in trouble. Um, let me see. I'm just trying to make sure there isn't anything on this group that might be a problem. Computer. Yeah. But yeah, there's this. Yeah, Smart Telescope Underworld. If you go search for that on Facebook. Um, oh, that was cool. Oh man, dang it. Oh, I saw a really cool image on the. Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of stuff on it. They have a lot of stuff on that. That's really cool. That's really cool. I mean, I've seen some neat collaborations with like non-smart telescopes. So this makes a lot of sense because I mean, 132 hours of the Whirlpool galaxy. That's amazing. Um, so Stranded Kerbal asked what Bortle. Um, if you're talking about me, I'm in a Bortle 9 and I'm in Houston, Texas, as opposed to any of the other Houstons that are not. Um, yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna have to poke around there because that could be. I think that's why I kind of had joined that group because it looked interesting. Yeah, yeah. I need to and if you let me see. Um, let me see. Sorry, this isn't quite as seamless as I would like it to be. Yeah, so if you yeah. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Oh, that's nice. You're in a Bortle 4. Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have that luck. I mean, when I was younger, I think we might have been a Bortle 7 or something. And so yeah, it is funny because I've said this before. I think on some other streams where um, growing up in the city, like I've gone on trips out into the country and more remote areas, but I didn't necessarily go with stargazing in mind. And so when I've gone out to like West Texas, which is Bortle 2 ish or 1 in some areas, it's disorienting to me because I don't recognize anything. It's because the seeing here is so terrible. Yeah, yeah, that's yeah. I don't think I may have seen the Milky Way when I was really young because we lived in the country, but then I remember it wasn't probably until I was a teenager that I saw it again. Um, because you just couldn't see it. You just can't see it in Houston. And we had gone kind of out of town, and the Houston Astronomical Society has a dark site. I mean, it's not as it's dark for the general region, and I think that's like a Bortle 4 or 5, and it was really amazing. This was like when I was a teenager, so it was yeah, it's unfortunate. Which is why this telescope is so great, because you can use it kind of as electronically assisted, kind of you get that you can almost immediately start seeing things that were definitely very much a challenge to see with an eye with your eye through a telescope. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can definitely see that where you see it and you're like, yeah. I think I definitely think I would probably be more nocturnal if I was in a deep sky. Now, exoplanet hunting, that's interesting. The spectroscopy, I remember people doing that years ago. Like that wasn't something, maybe if I got into it more, I'd be more interested in it, but the exoplanet stuff. And actually at the time I wasn't kind of as interested in some of the variable star stuff, but now I'm definitely more interested in the variable stars. So that's something I'm probably going to start exploring more, is like some of the variable stars that are more obviously variable, trying to, capture images of them. Actually, the other one, let me look at this. Sorry, I've got like over complexity here. Let me see, where is that? What magnitude is that? Oh, so it would be visible for me. One thing I've wanted to do is I mean it's not like a crazy, it's nothing like earth shaking, but I just want to do it for the sake of doing it. It's Pluto, like I figured, what was it? Okay, let me center it on there. So if I bring up, so you can, so I pointed it at a star near Pluto. And so if we go, so you can see how Pluto's moving, and it's 14th magnitude. So what I've wanted to do is, like, if I had a series of clear nights over like a couple of weeks even, or even a week. Yeah, so if you look at the 15th, it would move a noticeable amount in the frame of view within the Seestar. So you could kind of show Pluto and see as how it would move. But the exoplanet thing, that's interesting. It's crazy because I think it's really fascinating to me, because like it wasn't that many years ago like that the first exoplanet was even discovered, and now we're to the point where amateurs are able to like look for exoplanets. Are you talking about like spectroscopy? I It's been I haven't seen you. Long time no see. Um, what did you miss on space news? Well, if you have Seestar, don't update your app. That's the latest news. An app release came out today, and it's problematic. Like you end up just being able to look at what do you call it? Scenery mode. And what else? Last night I looked at the Blaze Star, the star that might go nova. It hasn't gone nova. It's still okay. And there's going to be a conjunction of Jupiter and Mars in a couple of months, which I'll do a video about that just probably in a few weeks, just to kind of make people more aware of it. But yeah, I'm not sure. Those are things that were just discussed either today or yesterday. I think it's about time. Caldwell 20. Let me go back to current time and look for C20. Oh, right. I don't think there's any planets near that right now. But yeah. Oh, yes, separate. Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. All the planets, or most of the planets, are only in the morning sky right now, though. Yeah, the what do you call it? The T Coronae Borealis hasn't gone nova yet. Let me look if I have this. Just looking for. Yeah. So, last night I took a photo of T Coronae Borealis on the live stream, and it's this star right here, this kind of the bright star, and it's the same brightness as this star that's kind of to the diagonally to the upper left of it, and those stars should be about the same brightness. So if T Coronae Borealis gets much brighter, it'll be pretty obvious, because like all these stars are kind of about the same brightness right now, and when it goes nova, they will not. One of them will be drastically brighter than the rest. Yeah. So the problem with the not the problem. You could if you do a mosaic, but if we go back to the computer, you can see this red box is the frame of the field of view for the Seestar, and like wait, I turned off the ground. But like the Milky Way is much bigger. It's definitely more of a very wide field target, where you'd probably want to. I mean, it's good for taking photos of individual nebulas, like I did last night. But yeah, it's the field of view is too small. This is the kind of target you'd almost. This is the kind of thing you use with you use a camera, like a mirrorless camera or something, to try to capture it, because the the field is just so wide. Yeah, I mean, because see how small the field of view is relative to the, like, the Milky Way in the sky. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've photographed the Milky Way with like a 21 millimeter lens. And yeah. And honestly, like I've been surprised when I took some photos with my phone, especially the newer phones where they'll kind of take a series of photos if I have it like on a tripod or kind of propped up. And then you take like a 30-second exposure. Yeah, I mean it's not it's not terrible. Yeah. I mean that's cool. Yeah, I mean the phones are they've come a long way. I mean, I always go back to, people would take neat kind of nice photos of astronomical objects years ago with film cameras, and film is just so much less sensitive than these digital sensors. I think I need to find another target. I'm already up to like 47 minutes on M13. Actually, while we're in here, let me look up. What was it? I think it's still too low in my sky, actually. Yeah, it's too low. Maybe in another hour. Yeah, maybe in another hour I can get a photo of or start imaging the Crescent Nebula. Yeah, mosaics are nice. Like it's. I mean, you can. I wouldn't try to do it with the Milky Way. I wasn't suggesting that was even. Anyway, it's late. I think after last night, my brain's not as. Anyway, yeah. So especially for things like the bigger nebulas, like NGC. I mean, like M42, the Rhine Nebula, or the Rosette Nebula. I do want to try out. Another reason I want to try out the that script is I want to try to do something with. I want to do a mosaic of like is it the veil? I have to turn on. Yeah, because you can see, like, you can get parts of it in the field of view, but to get, the whole thing, you would need to do a mosaic. And so, yeah, I'd like to try it out on a target like that. But how high in the sky is that right now for me? Yeah, it's kind of, oh, and this isn't even the right time. This is, yeah, it's only 12 degrees above the horizon right now. So yeah, not something I would be taking a photo of anytime soon. Yeah. The Cygnus Wall, North American Nebula. Yeah, the North American, no, it wasn't North American. It was, what was it? North. Yeah, that one's so big. You can see it would take quite a few. I mean, like if you did a, 3 by 3 mosaic or 4 by 4, yeah. And it's a pretty bright nebula, so that would be quite. I definitely I need to ideally I need to try out the script, and then if I can get out to a darker sky, a dark clear sky, I want to try to image some of these things. If not, I'll do it from home. At least, see, so that would be yet another reason to get both Seestars going at the same time. Like I could do I could have both of them working on kind of non-overlapping parts of the mosaic. So I could have one do a 2 by 3 and the other do another 2 by 3 mosaic, and then combine it all together. Oh, wow. William Anders. Killed in a plane crash. Even worse. He was 90? Wow. Wow. That's I thought maybe, I mean, because he would be like, yeah, 90. I was thinking, oh well, he was just, you know, it's because, but he was killed in a plane crash. Yeah, yeah, like that was kind of unexpected, right? Um, wow, wow, crazy, crazy. Anyway, I'm gonna take a sip of, yeah, yeah. So yeah, he was a member of Apollo 8, the first one of the crew of 3 who were the first humans who left low Earth orbit and orbited the moon. Which is, yeah, always, it's kind of, yeah, that was 1968. So, yeah, 50, 56 years ago almost. Um, anyway, well, that's too bad. But look at that. Former major general, electrical engineer, nuclear engineer, NASA astronaut, and businessman. He was born in British Hong Kong. Wow. What? He was flying the plane when it crashed. Still flying at 90 years old. That's amazing. Wow. Yeah, that's too bad. Well, let me see. So this was one thing I wanted to kind of bring up that I thought was interesting. This was a video that Kai of the automated Seestar stuff fame. He has this video. I should probably link it in the description, but it was interesting. I need to try this out. I mean, it's not like it's a radical thing that he's talking about, but basically he's kind of lining out the steps he uses to horizontally calibrate his telescope so it's more accurate. And usually because of the way my sky, because of the constraints of my sky, I turn off horizontal calibration because it can't. So when it does horizontal calibration, when you first take a photo, it'll take a photo of like an object and then it'll kind of go, you know, to the left or left and right or whatever. It kind of goes to a different point to try to see how tilted the telescope is. So theoretically that would prevent the issues, or it might help with the issues that I was having with kind of where it says it's out of alignment. It's, you know, not level. And so I need to try the steps he's suggesting. Because I think if I did this, basically I think the key is this third step that I've been missing, that if I'm lucky and I point it at a target that's a certain direction in my sky that has a clear, that's clear horizontal, like there's no building in the way near it horizontally. The problem is earlier when I was taking a photo of M13, it tried to horizontally calibrate, but it failed because like there's a building and then the roof goes down and it's to the side there where the roof is down, where M13 is. And so when it tried to horizontally calibrate, it was like looking at the building. And so it failed. So I need to try that out. So 13p. Let's look this up. Yeah, I mean most comets would because they have to be. Do I not have comets set up in here? Yeah. I mean that's typical for comets, like just because of like they have to be closer to the sun. The closer to the sun they are, the brighter they are. And so you're not going to see them like kind of outside of Earth's orbit so well. So it would have to be kind of more inside Earth's orbit, closer to the sun. Yeah, so I was reading what I hadn't brought on the screen, what Wiley's site was saying, and it's low. Yeah. 13p. I don't know why. I guess I don't have. Do I not have comets turned on with this? With Stellarium? Let me try. Let me see. I think it's in plugins, isn't it? Or is it? I always forget if it's, no. I don't remember where it is. I'm not going to try to find it. But yeah, I should. I don't have it in my Stellarium. Yeah, but they have plugins. I swear no, I'm wrong window. I swear there was. It's like they have, like with satellites, it loads the updated orbits. Oh, extras. No. Oh, I have all star catalogs installed. Okay, this is gonna bug me. How to add a comet. I don't want to add just one comet. Oh. Oh, solar system editor? Oh. Solar system editor. Oh, okay. So I guess I would have to have a file. Oh no. Comets. Do I have the... Oh, here we go. Which list do I want? Oh, hey. So which one are we looking for? 13p. Yeah, okay. There you go. Let me see, 13p. Which one was it? 13p Olbers. So I'll do, actually, let me delete, mark all, add them. So there you go. It's not exactly the most obvious. Not the most obvious. So now I should be able to search for 13p. There we go. It is not visible, which we know. So let's go back. So at sunset, it would have been 19 degrees above the horizon, or not at sunset, but just a little bit after. So yeah, it would be, yeah, it would be challenging. Like an hour after sunset here, it's only like 14 degrees above the horizon. So that's kind of yeah, it's, yeah, I mean, that's the thing about comets. You have to kind of catch them when they're when the moment's right. I'm almost up to an hour on. I've kept M13 going, and it's now almost up to an hour. But it's been going for. It's been going since 9:30. So actually, that's not too bad. Like yesterday, I was getting like 50% rejected frames on some things, but this is like, 30%. So it's not terrible. I'm definitely gonna stop it once I get to an hour. So I'll do that in a few minutes. So what target do we want to look at next? Let's see. I established Crescent isn't going to be too low. Yeah, Crescent's still a little low. What was another one? It's like all globular clusters up here. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at now. M13, M5. So yeah, I turned on the grid and added the meridian because the odds of me being able to image something once it gets to the meridian is pretty low. So anything to the east of the meridian that's not too close to the horizon. It's really kind of like a Goldilocks scenario here. Can't be too low, can't be too high, can't be too west. Yeah. There's Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Yeah, what? Hole in a cluster. That's interesting. Or Nefertiti. Wow, headpiece. The smoke ring? Boy, that goes through some, that has some unusual names. Like wasn't that the Egyptian, was it a queen? That's so bizarre. Mm. Yeah, that's kind of disappointing. I'll see these object names and I'm like, oh, how is that? But it's like tiny. Yeah. What else? Flying unicorn. Okay. M27. And actually, that reminds me, I need to take advantage of, didn't mean to do that. I need to take advantage of the functionality built into Stellarium. And let's look at this. Yeah, it's only 20 degrees above the horizon for me. I'm a bit further west. A3. How bright is that comet right now? Oh, that would be interesting. So M27. Let me make note of it. I might do that. I might do that a little later tonight, because that's a good sized one. M27. So let me pull up something here. Oops. We already did that. Yeah, I'm to the west. Oh, nice. Planning ahead. I'm usually not that organized. Um, but that's good. That's awesome. Do you know how bright do they say A3 is going to be? And did I even get it imported when I pulled in? Oh, that's nice. That would be cool. Yeah, those, I mean, yeah, I've been very disappointed with comets over the years. Um, yeah, they a lot of times, and then I'll see photos of ones from like I don't know the 70s or something where they were like spectacular, and I'm like that's disappointing. Um, so let me look. So I forgot there's this tool. I really need to. I have another monitor kind of off camera that is the one that you can see on screen right now. But the problem is my computer screen kind of blocks it. So which is why you sometimes see me doing this with my laptop screen because I'm trying to kind of juggling here. So it has this still kind of. Let me try to move it without unplugging anything. It has this calculator. And actually, let me do this. Also, let me, because one thing the Seestar will do is it in its catalog it'll say, you know, what's visible like today ish. Yeah, that would be pretty. But the problem is it doesn't. It doesn't help me because it'll be something that's kind of too low or wrong direction or whatever. So what we can do is this. Um, yeah, M3 is too high. So it was M27 we were saying. Oh, at the moment of upper. So it's telling me when it transits. Okay, let's sort by transit time. And then I'll pick things that are closer to. Yeah. Yeah, today's best is disappointing. Um, I keep saying I'm gonna stop this, but it's now up to an hour and 4 minutes. Yeah, cause I'll go in like you go in and you say, oh okay, let's go look for something here, which is why I'm looking it up in Stellarium. So I'm like, okay, let me go here. Current best, invisible, like how is that current best? Like it's not current because like Pluto's not visible. Um, this comet's not visible. Sunflower Galaxy is visible. Um, like some of these things are, a lot of these things are visible, but then some aren't. Yeah. So, and then of course I have the extra complication of, the things certain directions I can't see. Yeah. Yeah. It's at the top of tonight's best. Yeah. It's not visible, at least not right now. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, the good thing is they keep making improvements, but that's something that definitely needs definitely needs some work. And did you see what what happened just now? Like when I go in, like this kind of drives me nuts. Well, I mean I'm exaggerating, but like look at this. Let me look at Whirlpool Galaxy. See, it says current altitude 65 degrees. Okay. But if I open it, okay, no, it didn't. Oh yeah, see, that's at 63. Now I open at 54. Let me pick pinwheel. It says it's 63. Of course, now it's gonna. This says also 63, but then it jumped down to 51. It's like it caches when I first started the app or something, how high in the sky it was. And I'll go look at it maybe a few hours later, and then suddenly it'll update, say, oh no, it's much lower in the sky now. So it's actually even kind of misleading. Deep Sky Companion. I'm not sure if I am. I'm going to go ahead and stop this image because I'm continuing to accumulate. I'm up to over an hour. So yeah. And I'm going to stop it. All right. So let me look at this. Maybe this doesn't help me as much as I thought it would. Oh, no, wait. I'm not all the way up to the list. Come on. It's like Stellarium gets in this weird mode where like the UI is acting up. Okay. So M4. M80 is about to transit. M10. Let me just making a note here. M80. M10. I'm just looking for things that are going to be relatively high in the sky. And so like these are going to be pretty low. But all the ones that are kind of most promising right now at this point are the globular clusters. I was trying to find something that's not, or not an, yeah, unfortunately it looks like they're either globular clusters or things I can't see yet. Let me. So this IMM or M Deep Sky Compendium, you put in your latitude, longitude, and it spits out a list of visible objects. Oh, Lake Livingston. That's cool. I need to check that out because that might be handy. Although, like one thing I want to do with Stellarium is kind of add a custom horizon. Like when you go, well, I may have to restart Stellarium because when it gets in this mode, it just starts. Yeah, I'm gonna quit it. See, it's. Oh, Well, the good thing is it was off screen for you, for everybody except me. Okay. Yeah, so I definitely want to do this. Now, will it solve all my problems? No, but I think it will help a lot. Where is that? Yeah, sorry. But yeah, you can specify custom backgrounds. That makes sense. That makes sense. And the lighting would be more yeah, even on the foreground objects. Interesting. I just had a program here locally crash on me. Hold on. Anyway, yeah, that's so what do we want to try to do? I might just kind of break down and do a globular cluster, another one, maybe one that I haven't imaged before. Let's go back to the computer. Yeah, it's well, like I know you guys had some rough weather up in Dallas, and we certainly had some rough weather a few days ago. I mean, a few weeks ago, we had like was it a Dureco come through and knocked out the power to like a couple million people. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. Yeah, so for people who didn't see the news, basically Houston had this it happens. It's basically a very high energy straight line thunderstorm. It kind of comes through, and it kind of has almost like this bow shock kind of shape. And there was a tornado, but it was like a very weak one. But there was extensive damage across a big swath of the city, and it was because the storm was like moving very quickly, and they clocked winds at 107 miles per hour at the surface, and I want to say they said like 1,000 or 2,000 feet up, the radar was indicating the winds were going like 120 miles per hour, I think it was. And that's why like there was some extensive damage to some skyscrapers downtown. Like it blew out windows, and it was damage that's more like when you get a really strong hurricane or a decent strength hurricane. And even though those winds weren't at the surface, they were still strong at the surface. They were really strong up a couple thousand feet, but also a bit low enough where it hit the buildings and caused a lot of damage. And it took like I mean, if you haven't seen the footage, it's amazing. But it took them a whole week. I mean, it took them a week to get the power, which was actually remarkable, given that some very large towers got knocked out. Okay, so we are, so let me turn on, what would be a good globular cluster that I've never, or that I haven't done recently? oh, what's this? I'm kind of always always want to pick up like other foreground things. Yeah. Yeah, from that storm, it was 900,000 customers, which translated, I mean, to a couple million people or something. Like basically, like almost half the customers in the Houston kind of service area were lost power. We surprisingly, we didn't lose power, but it was kind of crazy. Wow, roofs ripped off. Yeah. Yeah, and it was interesting because it wasn't a tornado; it was just straight line winds. Kind of freaky. Um, no, that's good that you have good skies. Yeah, I'm trying to take advantage of this while I can. So let me. I feel like I have to do. Oh, wait. What is this over here? Clump of galaxies here. Um. I always hate it when I when I forget to, or when I restart and it has satellites back on. Okay, pause it. 11th magnitude. That might be doable, or that is doable. Let's look at this. Let me see what it looks like. I'm always interested. I always find it interesting when I run across things that I hadn't noticed before. So what the heck? I'll try this. NGC. How high is it in the sky? That's not too high. NGC 5848. GC. And it's to the south, so that should be doable. Yeah. One thing I was getting really frustrated because Stellarium always goes full screen on my computer, and I ended up going in and like I I think I did save settings here, the default options, and it actually took. Um, but some other things don't seem to take. Um, so yeah, it's kind of frustrating. Yeah. No, I don't know either. I always end up turning it on every time. Um, so let's see. Nope. We are it was able to recognize this. So let's see what this it always I always find it funny when you end up looking at a star field and it looks so unimpressive when it's first starting. So let's see if this horizontal calibration works. I'm looking at the and I still have Stellarium up on my computer, and I'm looking at the field of view, and I noticed that there's a quasar right out of the field of view. It found one star. Yeah. it's it's not yeah, I mean it's doing well. It didn't say it failed, did it? I mean, I think it's because yeah, yeah, that was good. I think it's because this is 62 degrees above the horizon. My sky is actually reasonably good. Um, there's no moon. Transparency is okay. Um, and so yeah, it actually succeeded because 62 degrees is so long as the object is more east. If it's 62 degrees above the horizon, it's got like 120 degrees, like 60 degrees to the east and west that it could potentially that would be clear. So it actually succeeded. Shocking. Will it actually make a difference? We'll see. Okay. So it's starting to image. Whoa. Yeah, I was looking at the field of view on my computer and I saw I'm just trying to match up some of these. There was actually a quasar, but it's kind of out of the field of view. And the quasar wasn't. It's kind of dim, and it's not. It's not one of the really far ones that I've been trying to image. So. I'm just trying to compare what I'm seeing on Stellarium. Okay. It's interesting because I had it it kind of ended up more towards the bottom of the frame. Actually, some of these look kind of cool. Like let me go back to the computer view. Like this galaxy looks interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely didn't center it. It ended up way off to the side. The positive thing is the objects that I kind of wanted in the field are are in the field, but they're definitely off center. Like that's an interesting galaxy. Yeah, I mean, I did mark, and it's definitely kind of off center. The question is it off center enough? The question is it off center enough that I want to stop it and restart it? Again, my Stellarium's acting up. I'm going to have to quit it and restart it again. I need to get to the bottom of why that happens, because it's very frustrating. I mean, if you use Stellarium under Windows, do you run into that where it'll just start like running really slow? Because I'm kind of curious, because it happens to me all the time. Like right now, even it's taking a while to even bring down the program menu to pick quit. I didn't want to use the key sequence because I was afraid it's lagging so much. Yeah, I think if you run into it, if you would run into it, you would know. It's like so bad. And it's not like it's an Apple Silicon native app, so it's not that. Okay. I was able to quit it. Let me try relaunching it again. And so what object was I searching for? Sadly, I don't even remember. 5848. Yeah, I think it must be a Mac version of Stellarium problem. Because I've had this issue for a while. Either that or somehow I have something messed up with my installation. 5848. Okay, that's kind of messed up. It's I restarted it and the deep sky objects are off by default, but the quasars are on. That makes no sense. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to stop this and I'm going to restart it. And it even knows that it's off. Like, let me stop and go. Actually, I'm going to make it like a little bit like this so I can try to get more of the galaxies in. Nice. 4 more spring galaxies in the Messier catalog. What for? What are the 4? Okay. Let me see if this... I'm just trying to... Yeah, I think it's better now. We'll see. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, yeah, so see, there's 2 quasars that are in the field of view. Doesn't say how far. How far is this one? I've gotten... I think I have a problem with quasars. I'm always looking out for quasars now. Man, this is lagging massively. Okay. I may have to just stop this. Okay, let me... M91. So yep, M91 I can't do because it's to the west. But look at all the galaxies in that area, because yeah, Markarian's chain is just to the south, or just below it. It's like, wow. But yeah, there's M91. Yeah, all kind of in that general vicinity. That's cool. Yeah, all in that area. Yeah, one thing I've wanted to do is like a really wide field of that area. But again, it's to my west, so and really it's kind of a waste in my skies. I mean, to do a wide field. I mean, more close up is cool. Yeah. I don't know that this drastically improved when I moved it, but I'm not going to move it again. It's still going. Oops. I dismissed the thing and then brought it back accidentally. Let me go look at the phone. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I had started with some of the, like M3. I had started with M3 and I actually got some good data from that one. Even on, like you say, on full moons. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah, the one I'm very intrigued by is I know it's like it might be a pipe dream unless I was like in a really dark sky location. Is I need to hold on. Okay. That was actually funny you mention it. I literally was looking at Omega Centauri on in Stellarium, because like that's, I mean, look at how big that thing is. Yeah, like that's something I want to try to capture from a dark sky, because yeah, right now where I am, it's 7 degrees above the horizon, and it gets higher, but because like we're in the southern U.S., it's actually kind of, yeah, it's achievable, and um with the right circumstances. Um, but that's really cool. That is really cool. Yeah. No, I would too, because I mean, if you're at a dark sky and you know it's actually going to be achievable. I mean, look at how spectacular that is. It really fills the, like if you did it with a Seestar, it really fills the frame. I mean, it's big in the frame. Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. That is really awesome. What am I? Oh, I was going to look up. I know I feel like I'm in a loop. I keep looking up the Crescent Nebula because I'm like, come on. Yeah, I think Stellarium has just misbehaved on the Mac. So it is now. It's getting there. Of course, it depends on which direction it is. Of course, I have constellations on. I always forget the keyboard. Oh, what am I doing? There's like a button for it. Okay. So it is almost to the northeast. I might be able to get it. $60 frames for the only 60 for Omega Centauri. That's cool. That's not bad at all. But I mean, it is very bright. It's a very bright globular cluster, and if you're at a dark sky, yeah, that makes sense. I may have to start. Oh, also, I managed to. I was wondering what was going on. I managed to go at an accelerated speed with. Actually, so that might not even be right. Let's look at the Crescent again. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so let's go look at Eagle. That is which direction? I might actually try the Eagle. Since I did the Crescent yesterday, I may go for the Eagle Nebula. That's amazing. Yeah, one thing I've I keep kind of playing around with the idea is kind of trying to use the Discord server more. Like I created a Discord server, but using it more. So if people wanted to share like an image, like that you talk about on this channel, it would be kind of an easier way of doing it. Because unfortunately, it's not straight. I mean, like you can't post links in the comments, and it's just it would be nice if they added kind of more of like a message board feature almost on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, because like most other globular clusters like M3, like you'll see kind of a little fuzzy bit in the center before you start taking a photo, but it's nothing like that where it's just kind of already large. Yeah, this exposure is up to 6 and a half minutes. So I think I might go a few more minutes, and then I'm going to try going for the Eagle. Actually, I hate to do this during the live stream, but I think I want to get up and close that window to bring in the Seestar, because I don't want mosquitoes or bats coming in the house. I'll be right back. Actually, I'm going to switch to the phone view. Actually, what view can I switch to? I don't think I switched to the, I haven't looked at this view yet tonight. So, you can look at my, the Seestar that's taking the images right now. I'll be right back. Message retracted. What did I miss? Anyway, hopefully no bats got in. I don't need bats in the house. It would definitely make for it would definitely make for a very unusual yeah, it wouldn't be entertaining for me, but it would be entertaining. It would definitely be probably a very unusual event for an observing live stream to have problems with bats. I mean, yeah, we do have a lot of bats. Like you'll see when I was taking the photo of the moon that I showed at the beginning. I think I got some I mean, they were small; they were in the distance, but I think I got some video of some bats like a couple of individual bats flying through the field of view. So it wasn't like a theoretical thing. It's, yeah. Like Houston, I think Austin's more known for it, but did I? There, the cable. I must have jostled the cable. Like Austin's known for the bats, but Houston also has some bridges that are where there's a lot of bats that they take off at night. Yeah, that's quite a few bats just taking off all at once. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Oh, let me switch to the computer. So yeah, this is one of the bridges over one of the bayous, small river in Houston. And yeah, at sunset, like all these bats take off. But yeah, I would not, definitely would not want to run into that. Yeah, I mean, like Austin, there's some bridge in Austin that's famous for all the bats. It was actually funny because even though I live in Houston, I knew about the Austin bats before I knew that Houston actually had a bridge that like had the same thing. Yeah, this is the one in Austin. You can see all the bats taking off. Look at that. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of bats. And it's kind of funny cuz yeah, it's in you know, you live in this very urban area and you don't necessarily expect the Congress Bridge. Congress Avenue. But yeah, it's not something you necessarily expect like that many bats. But yeah, it would be entertaining, I'm sure. Hey, that would be one way to get views, you know? It's like have I don't think I want to have no, I'm not even going to go there. Yeah, I forgot about that, but yeah, I remember hearing that years ago that you could actually see them on the radar, which is just crazy. It's pretty cool though. I think I'm about ready to try the Eagle Nebula. That's really cool. Let me go look at the phone and you can see where we are. And it's picked up quite a few galaxies, like you can kind of tell. I mean, I definitely want to get more data, I think, on this. But yeah, you can see the galaxies. Like that was the one that was the kind of unusual spiral. Clearly needs a lot more, but yeah. It's a start. It's 11 minutes of data. I think I'm more eager to get to the Eagle Nebula, which is why I'm bailing on this one. Let's see if it's if it's high enough. Yeah, definitely. Me too. Although on the other hand, with my luck with the weather recently, it'll start being visible. See, this is the issue I've had. It'll be visible earlier, but then it quickly kind of passes the meridian for me, and then it's out of reach. That is somewhat promising. Oh, I forgot I missed another opportunity to use my camera here. Is that the current image? I would have thought it would have been pointing more. Let me look at that. No. Oh. Oh. So it was having a hard time. It was having a hard time kind of identifying the area. But let me check. Let's go back to the phone view. The problem is it might be just a touch too low in the sky. Yeah, I think it's behind a tree. Yeah. You see kind of that mottled pattern. Let me stop this. And I'm just going to kind of, sometimes what I end up doing is I'll kind of go up a bit. It's taking a while to, it's like, yeah, I had built an all sky camera, but it's not the final one. It's like not in a case right now. It's I mean it's kind of it's not sealed against the elements yet. So I can't leave it out all the time. This is having some issues. You see how slow it is with the preview? It's strange. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how far away it is from where I need it to be. Let me try 40 degrees above the horizon, or 45, just so I have kind of a, this is exactly why I need to kind of map out the horizon. Because it ends up being like this guessing game. The other thing that doesn't help is I don't put my telescope in the same area in the backyard all the time. I need to pick an area and keep it there because the visible sky would vary drastically depending on where I have it. Let me switch back to the sky camera. Yeah. Oh, interesting. What happened? Oh, hold on. Please stand by. Oh. Oh, hold on. Ran into a slight technical snafu. Anyway, yeah, the thing I'm putting the chat on screen with stopped, so give me a second. Yeah, this isn't, it's having a hard time recognizing things. There we go. Anyway, so yeah, that would be that would be handy. I've thought about something like that, but like those Wise cameras, I've seen some other people doing stuff with the Wise cameras. Yeah, that's a good idea. I generally don't, and I do have a patio, but it's, I guess part of the problem is I'm not convinced that where I have it now is the optimal location. Because like, but the problem is every place in the backyard has different trade-offs, and really the best place in the backyard is where there's dirt, so I can't put it there because it gets muddy. Oh, yeah, that's having it in the front yard. That would be. I actually don't really have much. I don't have much of a front yard. Um, yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, it's still having issues. So I think it's still too low. So I am going to try, I'll try the Crescent Nebula, which I did yesterday. Although, what is it? Oh, wait a second. What was that? What was it? Da, 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 da. That's too low. Oh no. Is it? Which direction is that? Sorry, I'm talking to myself, but yeah, that, so actually, M27 might be visible now. So let me try that. And I'm going to leave it off screen. Not mostly because I want to show, I want to watch it move. So M27. Okay. And we should start seeing the telescope move. Because it should start pointing towards the left. Yeah, it's blurred, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like the all-sky camera, but I think I want to get something more real-time. Nice. 25 minutes of data. That's cool. Yeah. It's pointing kind of, that's the direct, yeah. Like that direction for me is relatively unobstructed, or I can see closer to the horizon, still not close to the horizon, but instead of like 40, 50 degrees above the horizon, I can actually see down into the 30s. And this is supposedly 35 degrees above the horizon now, so we'll see. We shall see. But the good thing is you can see from the sky camera, it's still clear, shockingly. I was a little worried because I had scheduled this live stream, and then I was sitting and like during the day looking out the window like an hour or two before sunset, and I noticed the sunlight didn't look like there were no harsh shadows, and I'm like, oh no. And I went and there was some clouds rolling through. I'm like, great. But it was just a few little clouds and they blew through. Because I was worried it would be another one of those nights. It's kind of in this, like it's identifying and then, but it's not moving. So it's either pointing at a building or it's just refusing to recognize what it sees. I'm going to stop it and see what the preview looks like. Well, that's interesting. I went to preview it and something is goofy. Yeah, it's yeah, maybe that's my problem. But yeah, this goes back to the whole thing of it would be nice to have a secondary camera, especially when you're like not right next to the telescope, like right now where I am. I'm not sure why this is taking so long. Nice. Well, you got to it before I did. I'm not sure what's going on with mine. Yeah, see, for me, due west is impossible. So east, I can see things once they're like 45 degrees above the horizon. If they're due east, if they're northeast or southeast, it can be a little lower. But for me, northeast due east is, it's all problematic. For me. I ended up quitting and restarting the app because it was not cooperating. So I'm trying again. Yeah. No, that's nice. Yeah, for me it's, I mean, I live in kind of more an area where all the houses are 2 stories and small backyards. So that just ends up being a bad combination. It's weird. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, live oaks are nice, but yeah, not for astronomy. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, there. For some reason I have it plugged into a HDMI cable, the phone, and it was getting a little finicky. That would be interesting, having a stand on your roof. I mean, I'd worry about the weather point of view, but I remember years ago seeing like kind of a rooftop observatory where they had the dome on the roof. Um, then you could just get to it from inside the house. See, it's in this cycle where it's trying to take a photo and then it's like identifying. So I'm gonna just stop and try to actually. Oh, is there something in the way? Again. Maybe maybe it's just still a little too low. One way I can tell, yeah, no, that's like a house. Let me see how far it is out of alignment. Because what I'll do is I'll just kind of pan upwards. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't know right now because I'm like, it's it's looking at a building. Okay. Okay. Now I so at this point it's past the yeah. You have no roof access. Yeah, again, you could, it could be of course now they would become like a major construction project. Okay, so oh, is the dumbbell. Oh, yeah, no. Sorry. I guess I thought it was more northeast than east. yeah, due east is, I can't see anything below like 50 plus degrees, which is kind of a drag. Okay, so that's a bust. So let's see what else. What can we do? Oh, would that work? Yeah, Virgo's got more galaxies. Yeah, that's so what about do I do the Crescent Nebula again, or do I try this? What about this Iris Nebula? This looks interesting. Of course, in Stellarium, a lot of things look interesting. More interesting than I mean, you can get a good photo. It's just going to take a while. That's kind of low. We'll try it. Because northeast, I have better luck. Oh, and I keep missing these opportunities to go back and watch it move. Yeah. Well, I want to see what it picks up if I can even see it. I mean, because I'll do that. I'll try a few things. I mean, because I can see in Stellarium the dark nebulosity, and I can tell that would take a while. But I a lot of times I'll point stuff. Like I was actually, I mean, it's not a. I was pleasantly surprised at the Eagle Nebula, like how that visible that was. It's funny. I can see the you can see that it's blurring. Okay. I think it ended up like doing a 360. Yeah, I guess I didn't realize how bright it was. Especially from my location. Okay. It looks like it might have actually stopped. So let's see. Let's see what this picks up and how quickly it picks up. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't. Oh, because I think it might be kind of looking at the cluster. Is that a reflection nebula? Maybe that's why. Because it didn't turn on the filter. I don't know. So that bright star is in the center of the nebula. Okay. Okay, that's why it didn't turn on the filter. I mean, yeah, I'm going to let this go a few minutes. Yeah, I'll let this go a few minutes. Yeah, so I'm just waiting for it to get a little bit of integration time just to get a feel for how it's going to look, and depending on how that works out, I may or may not stop it. Sorry, I'm trying to. Yeah. I may have to try. Sorry. M78. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are sorry. There's a lot of things that like yeah, different seasons have different kind of pros and cons, and M78. Man, my Stellarium's acting up again. I may have to have a Windows computer just for Stellarium. Yeah, I'm having to quit Stellarium again. Very frustrating. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Well, you can kind of start seeing there's like some nebulosity there, and I can kind of see some of the pattern. And it's only 3 minutes, so I might let it go 10, 15 minutes total. Just to see. Yeah, I mean, it can be done. The problem is, or I'm concerned about the speed because I have one of the Apple Silicon. So if you're running x86, then it's kind of doing the translation, which is not super slow, but it's I mean, part of me just wants to. I mean, I'm tempted to just get a Windows computer for other reasons too. Having to do with like a lot of the astronomy software or some things I want to try that aren't on Mac. Okay. Okay, M7. Oh, Casper the Friendly Ghost. Yeah, I did. Did I? Oh, I don't know if I got that one. Oh, that's neat. I don't know if I tried that. I think that might have been something where I started doing it and I gave up because the skies aren't dark. Yeah, and it's a reflection. Yeah. No, I think I did. I think I did do some of M78. Actually, I'm curious now. I need to go look at my. I'm gonna go back to my phone. Let me see. So one thing about that sky camera I have, I need. I'm a little. I'm gonna do. I plan on doing a video about the sky camera. Actually, let me. I have like some junk, not junk, but electronics to the right of me. I'm actually going to build. I think I'm going to build another. My plan is to build another all sky camera without the thermal camera, so it'll just be a more basic one. And this is that Raspberry Pi HQ camera, and this one actually has a more of a fisheye lens, which doesn't buy me anything at my house because of lack of lack of clear horizon. But I might run this somewhere else just to kind of demo it. And here's an extra Raspberry Pi. Now, sorry, I thought there was something wrong with the board. Anyway, the problem is I noticed I had put the Pi outside earlier, and I logged in, or I was looking at the web interface, and it was thermal throttling, and the sun wasn't actually shining on it. It was just in the backyard in the shade. It was like in the mid 90s, and I guess it was doing enough that it was, even though it wasn't in a case, it was actually just kind of exposed to the air. And so I'm a little concerned about putting it in a sealed case, and yeah, because I'm afraid it's going to have issues overheating, and because I want to run it 24 hours a day, because I like kind of the time lapses of the weather and stuff. So now, yeah, I don't know. I had thought about this a while back. I wasn't sure if I'd have to do it, but I might have to add more active cooling to it, which of course then complicates things. Because like if you're using a fan, you have to make sure that water and bugs can't get in. Or I use something like a Peltier, yeah, or a metal case as a heatsink. I mean, I do. No, I don't have one up here, but the case it's actually in, it's not a case per se, but it's basically a. Anyway, I don't have it right there, but basically I do have a case that is, it's like a heat sink. It's got like radiator fins on it, and the and it's still getting hot, and so I'm kind of a little. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put it in a case and then see where it goes. But given that it's already thermal throttling, I'm a little concerned. Again, the sun wasn't even shining on it. And yeah, to your earlier question, it was actually a Pi. It's actually Pi 4. I don't have any Pi 5s. I bought a bunch of Pi 4s before the before the Pi shortage. And I used some of them for projects, and then some of them I ended up like I used them for a project, then I stopped using them. So then I was like, oh, I'll make an all-sky camera out of it. But yeah, so what am I was starting to look at this. Sorry, I'm just trying to check something here. That was a very long, convoluted way of doing this, but I was trying to see if I had done any M78. I actually did take some photos of M78. I actually took over an hour of data on it, and yeah, I think I may have run into some of the same issue you were, that it wasn't the results weren't what I had wanted them to be. Yeah, so the case I have it in is like, I swear I had one up here somewhere. See, it gets to a point where things start bugging me. Let me go check. I'll be right back. Hold on a second. Again, it bugs me, so then I get kind of obsessed that I need to go look at it. You can I'm gonna do a hard cut to the sky camera, so you can, or no, I'll change to the which one is it? It's 3. Let me go. Yeah. I realized just after I grabbed that and the ensuing chaos over here, I realized I could have just looked it up online and showed a photo of it, but no, can't do things the easy way. Anyway, this is just a really long ribbon cable for a camera, but this is basically the kind of case. It's like a minimal case. It's basically got fins on it, and then on the top, and it has like a kind of the thermal padding tape on on the CPU and some of the chips onto the case. And that's what the one outside has on it, I think. Maybe it doesn't anymore. I rebuilt it. I think it had it. Anyway, I might have to look at something like that. I'd seen one of the all sky cameras where they had recommendations on how to build them and what parts to use. And they had a case like this, but there's a model that has a fan on it. And then there's these ones like this that are just passive. And they said you had to get the one with the fan because otherwise it doesn't get rid of enough heat. Anyway, so that was the but yeah, that's going to be a challenge. Let's see, where are we? Yeah, this is kind of underwhelming, so I think I might try another target. Yeah, clearly I think I need a lot more data for this, and probably from a dark sky. I think I'm going to try the Eagle Nebula again. Hopefully it's not behind a tree. Yeah, maybe that's high enough now. Okay. So let's go. And we'll go to Eagle. And hopefully that's high enough now. Because I'd like to get at least a little bit of data from that before I call it a night. That cable is, I think it's, yeah, and that cable was like a little, I think because I had it hanging off the table and it was putting a little pressure on it. The fact that it's kind of like repositioning itself suggests that it's seeing something, which is encouraging. Holy moly. Where does it say it is? Claims it's centered. So we'll see. Nice. Great minds think alike. Or is it, yeah, necessity is the mother of invention? I don't know. That was kind of random. Oh, man. What in the world? So do you see the dark there? That means it is still a little obstructed. But if that's right, it's close. Oops. Yeah, it might just be a touch too low here, which is often what ends up happening, which is, again, another reason why I need to have like a camera on the scope. I'm just going to take a test shot right there. It's slightly higher than the Eagle, but at least I can get an idea if the whole frame is clean. Yeah, I think I did mention it earlier. Yeah, just a bit too low. Yeah, see, maybe it's a lot too low. Darn it. Well, there's one thing I know I should be able to take a photograph of now. It's the Crescent Nebula. What was I gonna look up? Oh. Yeah, I'm not necessarily gonna, I don't know. I might sorry, I'm like starting thoughts and then stopping them. Yeah. Oh, it looks like, well, yeah, I mean, I'm imaged the Crescent yesterday and it was fine. Yeah, that was the problem I've had with some things like M13. There were a couple others where I could theoretically start imaging them early in the evening, but then they started having massive rotation problems. Okay, yeah. And this looks to be fairly well centered right now. You can kind of start seeing the nebulosity. Yeah, I'm tempted. I'm not going to like stay up like super late, and I'm not sure if I'm going to stream the whole time, but I am tempted to kind of wait until or I mean I'll start this, but I'm tempted to try the Eagle Nebula a little later because I just looked at the conditions here and it's supposedly above average transparency and above average seeing right now. And by 3 in the morning, it's supposed to be excellent seeing. So I need to think if I'm going to try to stay up that late. Like I say, I'm not necessarily going to live stream the whole time. I might, who knows? So long as we're all on, yeah. Sorry, I had a thought and I just, like, I can always stay up pretty late, pretty easily. It's just sometimes my, language skills deteriorate. But yeah, I'm tempted to do some imaging tonight. I just need to figure out what kind of thing I want to yeah, yeah, yeah. Brain mouth disconnect is what I've been having. No, because I have a bunch of thoughts in my head and I'm just like trying to articulate them. But yeah, because if the sky is, if the seeing's going to be excellent, but the transparency is, and the transparency is above average, so it would be a good opportunity for me to try to take some photos of some of these objects, like the Eagle Nebula. Yeah, that's one thing yeah, the Eagle Nebula, and what else? Maybe even get to the Trifid. When is that visible for me? And where was that relative to the Eagle? Oh, it's lower than the Eagle. Yeah, so maybe in an hour or two the Trifid. So I'm tempted to try to hang around, stay up that late just to try to start collecting data on the Trifid Nebula. Yeah, I actually, it was right around the time of the eclipse. Like basically all these little projects I had kind of planned and thought about doing kind of went on the back burner going into the eclipse. But I have a wedge from a star tracker that is kind of, it either needs to be kind of overhauled or it's broken. So I wasn't using the wedge at all. And it's not like a super heavy duty wedge, but it would be enough for the Seestar. And so I had pulled it out and I had it kind of near where I have my Seestars, and I was going to try equatorial mode, and I hadn't yet, but I am tempted. The problem is, I guess for me, is I have such a narrow kind of field of view. Like this thing that I have here, like you can't necessarily tell like this view here, that it's a wide angle lens, but it's not that wide of an angle lens. That's actually all the sky I have top to bottom clear. Like there's basically a building just out of frame at the top and just out of frame at the bottom. Actually, you can see like in the center of the frame a little kind of bump. That's actually the roof of a house, and that's the house that when I was trying to point it at that one that Dumbbell Nebula or something, it was basically looking at their house. So yeah, it's not a great field of view. So So equatorial, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if if it if it buys me that much. And then plus I can't see Polaris from my backyard, which I hadn't really thought about. But I mean, actually, I knew that because when I was setting up some stuff, I was trying to polar align, and then I'm like, oh right, I can't. At least not using Polaris. I mean, you have to use like other mechanisms to do it, but oh, ultra stack. Okay, from Star Adventure. Yeah, see, we have 2-story houses, and the houses have like tall ceilings and yeah, and like pitched roofs and stuff. Yeah, for me it's all buildings. That would be interesting. Those wedges, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I yeah, I guess I had pulled out that wedge for a reason because I wanted to test it out. But yeah, I just hadn't gotten to it. But yeah, I do think I'm gonna do Trifid. Definitely gonna do Trifid. But that's probably gonna be an hour or more from now. Like I say, I'm not sure if I'm going to keep the live stream going, but who knows? You guys are here, and who knows? Maybe people from the UK will start jumping on. That actually happened on one of the live observing streams. Like I was about to shut it down, and someone in the UK jumped on. It's like, oh hi. It's like, oh, you joined just in time for me to stop. I mean, the one nice thing about doing this is it's going into the weekend, so it's more manageable to be up late. Yeah. Let me switch back to the phone view. So yeah, it's starting to. I mean, it's not as spectacular as the Eagle, but I mean, I'm accumulating data, so I think I got, I don't know, half an hour yesterday, or maybe more or less, and I've gotten more on a previous session. So, actually, let me see. Yeah, I don't have down how much I got last night, but a previous session I got about half an hour. So I think I already have an hour of data from it. So if I got another half hour, that'll be good. It'll just kind of add to the project. Yeah, exactly. We're all imaging. Yeah, we're all imaging together. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's like, and that's part of the reason why I'm kind of tempted, because it's just been such a bad stretch recently. And I'm looking at Astrospheric, and like it shows good seeing and transparency all the way through but then it looks like clouds will start approaching. It looks like about sunset tomorrow, seeing will be below average, transparency will be above average, but then by midnight tomorrow night, clouds, and then through noon, and then kind of scattered clouds. Maybe Sunday night will be okay, but then the rest of the week looks a lot of clouds. So yeah. So yeah, that's and this happened to me in the winter where like I didn't take advantage of some evenings, and then enough time elapsed, and because my sky is so bad as far as like you know, the constraints, that I couldn't image it anymore because it was already to like the west, and I'm like, well, that's it with that. Oh gosh, that's rough. Yeah, I mean, I had to make my own copy um of the Seestar script. Um, like I made my own copy of the Seestar script, and what I ended up doing, where did I, oh, here, it was on the register line here. I added min pairs, and I decreased it to 5. Because I had that issue with a few targets I was processing where the default is 10, I think, and I would you could kind of go through the console logs, and it would say, you know, like, oh, I only found 5 stars, I only found 7 stars, and so I made a copy of the script where I defaulted to 5, and there were a few targets where I was actually able to process like everything, which was good. Yeah, it's late for you too. Yeah. Yeah, it's that's why I'm like kind of conflicted. Like, do I keep going, or do I feel like I have to keep going, but I'm afraid I'm going to become less coherent on the stream, so it might be best at some point for me to stop the stream, just so I don't yeah. Yeah, either manually stack with looser parameters, or there's some other scripts you can use. Yeah, I've been meaning to look at the Astro Barbecue scripts a bit more. Again, it was another project, but yeah, there was I forget what it was. There was something I imaged that had a particularly high failure rate, and it wasn't even like the minimum stars. I ended up having to do something else. I ended up having to do something else. Yeah. Yeah, manually stacking, or making a copy of the script and decreasing it, or this relaxed script. Yeah. Yeah, I need to look at that, because I'm curious what else it's doing. Oh, Okay, 2 minutes. I was gonna say like you're about to bail, and it's like, oh no, 20 minutes. Okay. Um, actually, let me see. Let me look at this. Where's the latest version of the scripts? Because the first video I picked up was one of the older ones. Okay. Oh, okay. Maybe it's this one. Okay. Yeah, I was looking at the version 1. So let's look at this. 1.1. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Ugh. Oh, hold on. Let me download it. And now. Okay. Okay, let's. Okay. Oh, interesting. So it's also setting some fine star parameters. So it yeah. Oops. Process with no PPC, no denoise, and does pretty good job stretching. Yeah, I need to. Well, this inspires me. I mean, this might be something. Maybe I'll do this. Yeah, I'll do this either during the day or maybe on the cloudy nights we have upcoming here. So yeah, okay. It must be these. Yeah, this fine star. That must be the secret sauce. And let's see what other one. Process with PPC, no denoise. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's funny. I ended up digging through it. I ended up digging through some old SLR photos, which luckily I had shot in RAW from like 15 years ago, and I mean, it wasn't like a stunning result, but I had like taken some Milky Way photos, and I was able to get a lot more out of them with just new software. And I was actually pretty satisfied with it, that I got these old images. And then the other thing that wasn't a thing back then is the denoising software. Like, I ran it through that and it really cleaned it up, because it was like an older sensor, high ISO. It was like super noisy, and it cleaned it right up. I was quite happy with that. So I'm looking at this process without PCC, no denoise. Oh, okay. So since it doesn't do the, yeah, okay, got it. Desaturate, subsky. Interesting. Auto stretch. And then it does StarNet. Nice. Oh, and then it does pixel math. Huh. Yeah, I'll have to. Yeah, I had first run across the Astro barbecue when I saw, like, people were talking about Astro Cooker, and then, like, yeah. And I was like, oh, I should check out this Astro barbecue. Cool. Okay. Let's see how we're doing. Yeah, I mean, sometimes some of those the one thing I've been debating is like astro modifying like one of my older cameras. Well, not like an old one, but maybe one that that's still okay and that I'm not using as much, or astro modifying like my one of my mirrorless cameras, because I have like an older Canon, or like one of the first rounds of mirrorless Canons. So I've thought about, I've been debating and thinking more seriously recently about changing them into like full spectrum. Yeah, I mean, I have DSLRs. I still have I have some old film cameras, some old SLRs, but the DSLRs, I have like two of them. I ended up like selling or giving one, like a really old one. I think I have two. Yeah. And so yeah, I've thought about maybe astro modifying the more recent one. On the other hand, the sensor is still kind of old, and that's why I've been thinking about actually converting one of my mirrorless cameras and then just, using a clip-on filter. Yeah, I mean, that's yeah, that's where kind of, as the phone cameras have gotten better, my use of my mirrorless cameras has kind of decreased. Um, kind of, yeah. Like, even when I'm going on vacation, I usually don't, like, I used to always have a SLR, DSLR around my neck. These days, with my mirrorless, I don't generally. It's got to be like some kind of something special where I need the lenses, Yeah. Um, I have a couple of super cheap, pretty cheap Astro cameras. One's color and one's monochrome. I mean, I'm talking like very entry level. or very base level. Like they're like one of them's like a guiding camera basically. But it does what I want it to do, or it did what I needed it to do. But yeah, I'm at some point I'm probably gonna upgrade. I'm not sure which one I'm gonna get though. Let's see. Let me switch back to the. So I'm up to 14 minutes of data. I need to have like a recliner here. I could like kick back while on these long streams. Oops, sorry. Is it a lot of the frames failing? And just no, it's making progress. Yeah, I think once I get up to like 15 minutes, I might switch to something else. Let's see. The 585 MC Pro. Yeah, I've kind of give it a little bit. Yeah, I know. It's like the struggle is real. It's like do you just kind of push through and try to get as much as you can because you know like good nights don't happen all the time, so okay, so 585 MC Pro. Oh yeah, dear esteemed customers, to commemorate the Dragon Boat Festival. Yeah, like yeah. I wonder when they're going to fix that bug for the app. Yeah, I had looked at one like this, and it may have been this model. I also had been looking at or thinking about a Player One camera. Is this one a cooled camera? Yeah, it's a cooled camera. Yeah, so they have the Uranus C Pro. It's probably, I mean, it's the same sensor. It's probably similar. It's about the same price as well. Yeah. Yeah. Camera. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. Camera eyepiece for the Eclipse. Yeah. Yeah, and for better or worse, I ended up like, well, the video I shot of the eclipse, it was cameras that weren't really rated for or that weren't traditionally used for astronomical stuff. But yeah, I ended up using it anyway, and I was happy with the result. But it was kind of like, it was definitely a bit rigged, like together. Like it was kind of yeah. I was like, I had to get some like step up rings, some step up rings that I don't know are that common to get it to work. But yeah. Yeah, the 585 is replacing the 533. Yeah. Of course, the other one I really would want to get if I could is it the Apollo? But this, yeah, I don't know that I could really justify it. It's a dedicated solar mono camera, or like optimized for solar. And the non-pro version of it has that kind of hexagonal shape. But yeah, that I think yeah, I was looking at basically the same sensor, that IMX 585. But yeah. No, I didn't. I should. I'm kind of curious. That would be cool. Was it like a time lapse? Like on film? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like this, it says 47 frames per second. I mean, that's pretty darn good. Although this solar one is 126 frames per second, which is kind of crazy. But I mean, like that could be good for, especially with like solar, with lucky imaging, with a lot of atmospheric turbulence. Oh, I mean, they had that mode in some cameras where you could. I have some old mechanical cameras. I hate to do this. I feel like I have to. It's late, I'll be back. I think I think the I think the other problem is when it's late, like I'm not impulse, but I feel like I gotta do this. So I have this Canon. This thing is heavy. Don't tell me I still have film in this. I hope I don't. So I started. Let me see. Yeah. So I have these. Sorry, rewind. I have some old Canon cameras, and then a number of years ago, I ended up buying some more, and this was like, it was before digital, like SLRs really kind of took off. So it's not like I was doing kind of a vintage thing. They were still like, you still had a lot of places where you could get film developed. Anyhow, I got this FTB. It takes the pre-autofocus lenses from Canon. But yeah, it's like a SLR. But if I recall correctly, one of the interesting things about this one is it it can operate without batteries. It actually has this kind of like, this simple kind of meter in it that I think also works without battery. Like light itself powers it, I think. Maybe I'm misremembering it. But it's fully manual. It's no automatic anything. Like manual shutter speed. And I think it was this one. And I think some of my other Canons had a mode where you could basically reset the shutter without advancing the film. So you could do multiple exposures like really easily, but it was like a feature of the camera. It wasn't that there was something wrong with it. But yeah, this thing weighs a shocking amount. This camera is probably, when did the FTB come out? $1971. So this camera's over, well, they first started making these over 50 years ago. So yeah. So this one was probably made, how long did they make it for? Oh, they only made it till 76. So this one at best is 48 years old, and it could be like 53 years old. I'll have to check that out. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Cool. Moved on to M17. Cool. And yeah, this camera, yeah, the camera is not, I predate the camera. Definitely. Oh, that's rough. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I still have a lot of these old cameras. This one was an interesting one because like I say, it was, when I bought this, I think the camera was 20 years old or 25 years old. So it wasn't new when I purchased it, but I've used it. I haven't used it in years. Yeah, I should do that since some people like vintage, and I have some vintage. Well, it's disconcerting when you have vintage lenses that you bought new. that's kind of disconcerting. Yeah, I have a I have a 120. Is it a 120 Yashica, I think, reflex camera, I want to say. Yeah, yeah, this is, I have one of these. Yeah, I have one of these downstairs somewhere. My dad actually had like this Kodak Brownie, which was the same kind of dual lens reflex, but it ended up getting stolen. It was like in a camera bag. That was kind of irritating, or not irritating, but unfortunate. Oh, cool. It's vintage. But yeah, I like this Yashica. I guess I always like kind of the, the look down cameras. And it was kind of neat. The nice thing about him is it was kind of the original, not the original, but it was kind of the original kind of stealth camera, because people wouldn't necessarily know you were taking a photo of them because you're just like looking down because you're holding this box in front of you. Whereas if you're holding a camera like this, and I'm like point, you realize you're having a photo taken of you. But if you're like, if the person's looking down, they don't necessarily realize it. So you could take photos kind of more discreetly. Yeah. Yeah. Photo albums and projectors. I actually I have a projector right over there, a slide projector. Yeah. I can't pull out the cartridge out of it, but for some reason I have a slide projector right next, like right over there. It's my it's the corner of mysteries and um yeah. Yeah, all like I have over half a dozen pre-autofocus Canon SLR bodies, at over half a dozen, um, that most of them were purchased new, a long time ago. It's funny because I had these manual focus Canons, and I think I literally had one, because I had so many lenses. I think I only bought a single EOS film SLR before I switched to digital. Like I kind of resisted switching because I had so much invested in lenses, and I was used to manually focusing. And yeah, so it was funny. Um, what else? Huh. Yashica Electra F35. Yeah. But yeah, they're yeah, I like the old cameras. Anyway, um let me switch back to the so you were looking at M17. Let's see. Oh, okay. I wonder if it's time for me to revisit the Eagle Nebula, because I've got almost half an hour of the Crescent, which I'm satisfied with. I mean, I'll add to it. I mean, I already had an hour, so now I'm up to an hour and a half, so that's good. And that, it's turned out well. Yeah. So let me go back to, oops, I always do that. And I say I always do that every time I do that. Eagle. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Oh, that's unfortunate. Tried to hit getting the east veil, but clouds hit. Okay, M17. I may try that. Again, it's always kind of hit or miss with me just because of all the obstructions. Yeah, see, for the most part, I keep mine plugged in when I'm running it for that reason, so I don't have to like go mess with it. Because there's been a few times where I got a little too close to, and I was afraid I was gonna like miss something. I mean, like that it would stop. Okay, looks like we might actually be able to start the Eagle now. Yeah. Yeah, that's understandable. The good thing is where I put my camera, or where I put the telescope, it's basically like just outside this patio door, and I have like the battery bank and the like they're always just sitting there. So if there's any kind of clear skies, even for a little bit, that's why I can just quickly just set it up outside. Like it's still on the tripod. I just kind of bring it in when I'm done, just put it right out when I need to. Police helicopter. Yeah, that's well, that's fair. Didn't anticipate imaging for 4.5 hours. Yeah, that's definitely understandable. I'm kind of troubled because it took a couple of photos, but now is it running into stacking issues already? I might be trying M17 if this doesn't make progress. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now, yeah, I'll run the dew heater a lot, because yeah, it's so humid here, like so humid. Um, I actually kind of sometimes worry about the equipment because I'll put it outside to let it kind of acclimatize to the temperature, and because it was inside with air conditioning, it'll immediately start getting condensation on it. Yeah, I have a lot more humidity. I remember it was like the average humidity in the morning right around sunrise in Houston. The average I think is like 100%. I'm not joking. It's like I wish I were joking, but I think it's 100% for much of the year. Yeah, it's really my favorite story. True story. So, I many years ago I was working at this place, and it was a it was what do you call it? It was sunny. Wait. It was in the summer, and I was in this office that was particularly air conditioned, and I was sitting right in front of right under an air vent. And so like I have a pretty high threshold for cold, but it was really cold, and it was like blasting on my face. And we had one of these afternoon thunderstorms where it just briefly rains, but it not enough to decrease the temperature. And as I was kind of going outside, you could see kind of steam cloud, like condensation clouds coming off the road because the humidity was like, the air was saturated. And I walked outside and everything got fuzzy. And I was like, oh, my glasses fogged over. And so I take my glasses off and everything is still fuzzy. And I blinked and it became non-fuzzy. And I'm like, my cornea's just fogged over. True story. I mean, and I've thought about that. I was like, I think it probably was close to, it was in the 90s with probably 100% humidity. I mean, just based on the condensation clouds and the fact I'd been sitting with cold air blowing on my face. And anyway, I've only had that happen once, but it was the most bizarre thing. Yeah. I've never heard anybody else say that before, but if it hadn't have happened to me, I don't know if I would have believed it, because it was like, I mean, because I'm used to my glasses fogging over. They basically always fog over. But like when you take the glasses off and it's like, it's still blurry, and then you blink and it like clears and you're like, okay, I think my eyeball just fogged over. I'm like, but like I say, it was so humid that like there was like steam. I mean, it looks like steam, but it was just kind of it's because the air, I mean, it was like the air was saturated. It was terrible. And yeah, 8% humidity. I have some cousins who live in Phoenix, and yeah, I've been out there, and it's like you could, like I could feel the skin on my face kind of like just drying. It was bad, but what can you do? Yeah, there's got to be a good happy medium in between, like where things aren't like that dry, but also not quite like here. Yeah. Yeah, um oh, sorry, I was like looking up the numbers. Um Apparently Houston isn't the most humid city in America, but it's up there. The average humidity is 89%. And I think that includes day and night. So that's kind of disconcerting. Yeah, sorry. The average morning humidity in Houston is 90%. That's year round. 90%. Yeah. Yeah. Phoenix is, it's a dry heat, but you know, I don't know. It got to be a bit much. Um and like, you know, I always would say that, and I don't say that anymore. And it wasn't because of Phoenix. It was in Barstow, California, I think, like just outside of Death Valley. And I was there driving through that area one summer, and it was 117 and really windy, and I felt like I was pumping gas, and I felt like I was in a full body hair dryer. Like it just was miserable. And yeah, so I don't say that anymore because like I realized it gets to a point where it doesn't matter that it's dry. It's terrible. um, yeah, yeah, Phoenix. I went to the Phoenix area like in October or November one year, and it was really nice. The weather was very pleasant. Um, yeah. I mean, yeah, you have to be careful though there in those places because since your body, I remember talking to working with talking to somebody who had lived in Phoenix, and he said the problem is you don't realize how much like water your body is losing because it just evaporates. And so yeah, you could end up having like a medical issue because you got so dehydrated and you didn't even realize it. So I saw something and it said actually it was a place in Louisiana that was the most humid. Yeah, the heat dome. Yeah, yeah, an air fryer. That's kind of what it felt like I say, I think it was Barstow. And I remember where was it? Yeah, there was it was on the same was it no, it was on a different trip. I was in Needles, California, and it was really hot and somebody I was like talking to somebody how hot it was and he was like, "Oh yeah." And he had remembered something like it it had been like 122 degrees the week before I was there. Um, so it was a little cooler. It was like only 118 or something when I was there, but it was like and that was like at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. Like the sun was already, you know, not as high in the sky as it had been. I'm just like, wow, this place in Needles, California, which is on Route 66. And I'm like, oh my gosh, 127. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. Yikes. I mean, yeah, in the sun, but still, it does. I mean, if you're out hiking and there's not a lot of vegetation out there in, in the panhandle and, I mean, not like shade trees. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is, for Phoenix, that's pretty mild. And like, I guess I've wondered like why did they name it Phoenix? I mean, I know, but it's like, you know, rising from the ashes. Um, yeah, I don't know. Just seems a little too on the message. Yeah, and like all of Palo Duro, I mean, like all of the Panhandle is just very like not a lot of trees, and the canyon. I remember I haven't been there in years, but I remember, yeah, it's not like it's a big shaded area. Well, this is coming together nicely. See, this is why I took some photos, or on the one night I had some really good seeing. See, like there's that's the isn't that the towers of creation or whatever thing that Hubble imaged years ago? Like that part of it. Pillars of creation. Um like that's pretty cool. Like it's really yeah. Yeah, pillars of creation. Okay. No, that's good. I'm glad you had good seeing there, and have a good evening, and thanks for joining um, yeah, on this late night for all of us. um, nice, nice. Dumbbell, Eagle, and Crescent. That's great. That is great. Um, yeah, James. I think I did see that one. Good night, Tom. Good night, Tom. I mean, it is a pretty impressive photo. If this is the one that you had the had on your background. Yeah. But yeah, I guess I had never taken a photo of the Eagle Nebula, and when it was like a really nice, it was really good seeing, and I had taken I don't know if it was like of an hour of data, and I was actually pleasantly when I started really kind of processing it in serial, I was able to bring it out a bit more, and I was like, oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Cool stuff. What happened to that? I think I think the that's weird. So, like I was saying, the cable is a little finicky. It was a fairly inexpensive HDMI to Lightning. Um, sorry, I'm just my my I forgot to say something. Now I have one of my own photos. That's cool. That's cool. Nice Milky Way composite. Yeah, I mean it's like at least with my phone. I don't know if you had heard the backstory for it. You, you could plug it directly into the computer, um, and the Mac would kind of it could support screen sharing, But the problem I ran into once is I think I broke the stream or something because I plugged it in and then my laptop decided to tether over my phone as well. And so that messed up the internet connection. And so I stopped. I never did that again. And so that's why I started getting kind of a video adapter. First it was like a lightning to HDMI, and now it's a USB to HDMI. Because that was otherwise it, especially if it's I think the problem was I had tested it out, but I wasn't streaming, so I didn't notice that that the internet connection glitched. Because then it suddenly was, I mean, like it went from my Wi-Fi to start to tethering and everything kept working. But if you're streaming, it kind of ends up like, yeah, not happy. But yeah, I was gonna look up. I do want to try to get M17, a little bit of data from M17, and it's probably high enough. That's annoying. That they haven't added support. Yeah, so sorry. In my case, I have my phone. I have this this HDMI, this lightning to HDMI cable. And then my setup's a little unusual, but like you could take the HDMI cable and have it plugged into a capture card on your PC, and then you can do whatever you want with it, record it or stream it or whatever. But that's how I'm doing it. Mostly because like I was saying, I used to have it where I would just plug it into I tried it where I plugged it into the computer, and if you're streaming, like that could, like my laptop decided to tether off my phone and much hilarity ensued. But yeah, if you have a capture card, it's kind of in a way safer. And it doesn't have to be a fancy capture card. I mean, like I have like a little USB capture card that cost, well, I mean, that one might have been like $90, but like I had another one that was like much cheaper. Now, so I don't know if you've tried this, but at least, so the Seestar supports RTSP. They're, for streaming video, but it only supports it, at least it used to, unless it's changed, in scenery, astro, and lunar modes. It doesn't support it in star mode. So that was why I ended up having to come up with a different way. Now, when I've done solar kind of observing, like live streaming or whatever, I don't even know if I've done it. I think I have done it a few times, but it's been a while. You can use RTSP for that. And so I had that going, like you could have VLC or some other software on your computer pointing at the RTSP server on your on the Seestar, and it works great. So you get it set up on the phone, and then you don't have to deal with it at all. I mean, you don't necessarily have to go to the phone at all. You're just streaming the video in. But and yeah, you could do it into OBS. I did it using VLC. But yeah, it's unfortunate because that would be the ideal solution if it just like always streamed. Like if it streamed what it's doing now, the live stacking, like that would be helpful, because then I wouldn't have to Like I wouldn't even have to have my phone here. I mean, I wouldn't have to actively be using my phone. I could use it to start the process, which is what I would do with the solar imaging. I would get it set up, and then the rest of it, my phone could be powered off. It wouldn't even matter. But yeah, I use the HDMI because it's more reliable. And even then, it's like this particular adapter's been a little janky. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It hasn't changed. Yeah. It was when I saw that, I'm like, oh, this is great. I can use it for, and it's like, no, it was only for non-star modes. So like lunar and solar, it works fine. But yeah, for this kind of thing, it doesn't. Yeah. Speaking of power, I had a slightly bigger problem. My laptop, I need to plug that in. Okay. All right. It's plugged in now. Don't want my laptop to run out. Yeah. But yeah, my streaming setup's a little kind of weird. But yeah, like some of the initial streamers, some of the initial streams I did, I was running, I wasn't running OBS, I was running Ecamm, which is Mac only. But it's basically like an OBS, just, yeah, I mean, it's different. It's the same idea. And that worked fine. And I'd use the capture cards and I could kind of, like OBS, you can have different scenes and different layouts. And that works fine. But I ended up going with this slightly different kind of encoder kind of setup. Just like how like gaming streamers a lot of them have a dedicated streaming computer and then their game computer. It's kind of like that for me, where like if my laptop actually lost power during the stream, like the stream would keep going. Like I actually have a hardware encoder. Like they have these fairly cheap encoders. And so, yeah. A nice M24, M86, M51. Nice. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Yeah. It's like, yeah, sometimes on some of these streams, it's like, people are clouded out, but it seems like a lot of people tonight, we're all imaging together. That's cool. Cool. Glad people are having clear skies. Let's see, M24. Oh. Nice. I'm just making notes for future reference. Now I've gotten some good coverage of M51, but I could always do more. But M86. Oh yeah, Markarian's chain. Well, that's nice. Unfortunately, yeah, that's why I need to get my west-facing telescope working. I need to get that set up working. I'm looking for other ideas. So M17, someone did. So there was M17, and there was another one. What was it? I'm just oops. Oh, the dumbbell is actually high enough now for me. Yeah, so I need to think about that one. Yeah, let's see. But yeah, my setup ends up was a little bit more complicated. And then it's more complicated than it needs to be. But I definitely do like using HDMI for the phone, at least for me, has been it's been more reliable, even setting aside the tethering problem. I've had issues with the screen sharing. I actually had it once where it got in a state, my phone, where I actually had to power cycle my phone because the laptop refused to acknowledge it. M17. Maybe because M17 is near the Eagle. Maybe I'll do that next. Especially if you're doing 22 minutes. Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll do that next. Actually, maybe I'll do it now. Just because I already have 20 minutes of the Eagle. And that I'm happy with that. Especially like this central bit. Yeah. Yeah, the problem again, it's just it's high. I mean, for me, something that's 43 degrees above the horizon is iffy, which is what M17 is right now. It's really kind of a drag. And yeah, another good reason for me to try it right now. This is at its highest point in the sky. Yep. What else? What else was I going to? Yeah. M17. Omega Nebula, Swan Nebula, Horseshoe Nebula. Yeah, so M17, yeah, it has Omega Nebula, Swan Nebula, Horseshoe Nebula, Checkmark Nebula, and Lobster Nebula. Yeah, yeah. What you just, yeah. is this taking so long? Oops. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you for joining. It's been a while. So have a good evening. And thanks for thank you for uh-oh. Okay. It's like it had lost its connection. Yeah, it did this once before and it got out of it, but it seems to be, I wonder if I can start imaging and if it'll just kind of shrug it off. Well, the stacking count is going up, but it seems to be having a hard time transferring the image to my phone. It's kind of weird because it's like it did this before, but what are we watching? Paint drying? No, no, I'm trying to M17, the Omega Nebula, or many other names. I'm trying to wait. I'm waiting for it to show up on the screen, and it's having problems. The last time it happened, I force quit the app and then relaunched it. Like it claims it's stacking just fine. It's just, I mean, that's all happening on the telescope itself. But it's like the Wi-Fi is having some issues. Yeah, it's having problems. All of that enhancing thing is slowly moving. And I've had it where like when it gets all the way, it'll load. Yeah, yeah, where it gets in. Yeah, what is it? A go-to loop where it's just, or like some kind of calibration problem, or yeah. And of course, it's like it. What adds to this suspense is the count in the upper right corner continues to go up. It's getting so close. Oops. Oh, there we go. Whoa. Well, that was satisfying. I don't know about you, but that was very satisfying. It had already accumulated 3 minutes of data when it finally showed up on the screen, and so like all of a sudden, boom, got something. Yeah, that was very satisfying. That's try to capture M31, but clouds came in. That's frustrating. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was getting quite agitated about it recently. Um, it was just not great. So 30 minutes on M17. Cool, cool. Okay, okay, cool. Yeah, it was 30 minutes on M17. Yeah. Yeah, I'm quite pleasantly pleased with what I've gotten so far. I don't think I'll be doing an hour of M17 just because I think it's going to end up behind a building before too long. I can go check. Well, I can't check. This is why I need to have another camera. I need more cameras. Um, I need more cameras. What was it? Okay. I can switch to my gratuitous thing. I'm looking at this monitor trying to figure out where. No, it might. I might be able to get half an hour. I don't think I'll get a full hour. So, Liam, what kind of processing, or what software do you use for processing? Yeah, what else? Yeah, I have a list of things now. I need to not only get all the data, I need to go through those Astro barbecue scripts and see, yeah, and test those out, but also some other things. Okay, cool. Yeah, that honestly, that's what I've been using mostly recently. Um, although I've been using Graxpert for the gradient removal probably half the time, or at least half the time. Um, yeah, I'll use that for the gradient removal and the denoise, and then I'll run it um, through Cyril. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot in Cyril. I mean, I'm definitely I'm always I've been using it, yeah, for only since last year, but I'm still finding lots of stuff. Um, because usually I kind of, I mean, like some of them I don't always find the utility of some of them, but of some of the functions, but then others I'm like, oh, um, there was something recently, I forget what it was, that I had kind of run across, and it I was like, oh, this is going to be handy. Need to integrate it in with my workflow. Yeah, sorry, I am just looking at something. Cool. Okay. So, is Cyril the stack with Seestar script, Graxper for background, extraction, denoise, Astro barbecue. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because that was one of the reasons why I first had kind of made a note to look at Astro barbecue was because, yeah, like some people were recommending it for those, yeah, the stretch crop phase. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. Yeah. What is the weather going to be like? Oh, I might actually get a couple hours of good skies tomorrow night or Saturday night. That would be that would be awesome. Cuz if that is the case, um if that's the case, I might be able to get a little bit more. Or maybe what I end up doing is I do my kind of westerly attempt, because there's like a few things to the west that I definitely want to image, including two different quasars. One is going to be pretty low and it's going to be a challenge, but the other one is next to M3, I think. And at least from here, M3 almost goes through the zenith. And so I don't get much time to image it before it goes through the zenith, like after sunset. But after like 10:30, it's really high in the sky, but not too high. And yeah, so I want to try to get some. Yeah, but that might be too late. But the other thing, and I also want to try that. I don't think I can get the antenna galaxies, but I think that quasar. I might try that tomorrow night. And I may or may not stream it. But like I had mentioned last night, if I stream it, I might do it as an unlisted stream. I don't know. I don't want to spam people's feeds. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't done, like, I haven't had a license for Photoshop in a while. I have an Affinity Photo license. And I've done some stuff in Affinity Photo, but because a lot of the tutorials are in Photoshop, I've been meaning, and plus because of the generative AI stuff I want to use for something else. I'm thinking I might have to pick up like a Photoshop subscription again. Because mostly I haven't. Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of. I just switched to this view because I was I heard a helicopter outside, and I was hoping it would go through the field of view, but it didn't. Let's go back to the phone. Yeah, I mean, I should do that because what I've been doing, I do a variation of that where I do Graxpert first. I do the Seestar script, but then I end up doing I end up doing I end up manually processing it in Serial, and like I'll go through GFS and run some of the other functions in it and kind of spend a lot of time on that, and then sometimes I'll feed it back to Graxpert for another pass. And yeah, I end up, I mean, I've been happy with the result, but I end up spending more than 20, 25 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. That was another thing I was thinking of. Yeah, because then that would be a lot cheaper. I wouldn't have to get like a Pixin site. That's true. I need to make notes because I'm going to forget this in the morning. Yeah. Yeah. And I haven't used Affinity as much in recent years as I had, but I did use it quite a bit in the past. Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Blur Exterminator is the only plugin that's Pixin site exclusive. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, I had I'd gotten the trial for the trial for sorry, I'm like looking at something and trying to talk at the same time, and brain no work. I'd gotten the free trial for like all the RC Astro plugins and PixInsight, and I'd done some processing with that whole stack, and I definitely was very happy with like Noise Exterminator. So yeah, I mean, like there's other reasons I might get Photoshop. Like I was saying, and not also because of Lightroom, like getting kind of that bundle I've been thinking about. But yep. Yeah, it's interesting because it's definitely ends up being kind of a more what do you call it? Uh, Minute on M17, battery went down to 8%. I feel like just one more stack. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah, definitely don't want to push it. And yeah, I guess I'd always be concerned that like if it doesn't fail gracefully, that it could like corrupt something. Um, which would be not good. Lagoon Nebula. Yeah, I'm behind. I'm behind everybody because of my sky. But M17's looking nice. I do want to revisit. What was the other one I wanted to look at? So I've done M13, the Crescent. What was it? There was also, what was this one? Yeah, I think I will do the Dumbbell Nebula next. Although part of me is also tempted to revisit the Eagle since since the seeing is, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll do that in a bit. Yeah, I think that's kind of the way it is here, where it's not clear if it'll be clear. Yeah, here it's showing it's showing clouds showing up around 11 or 12 p.m. No, it's getting stacking failures. I'm tempted to try the dumbbell now. Let me. Hmm. Yeah, here it's showing after midnight, once the clouds come in, it's going to be cloudy more or less all the way through noon the next day, and then maybe some scattered clouds on Sunday. Oh, light clouds, but it's showing Saturday's looking good. Yeah, Saturday's looking good here at least. Yeah, I'm up to 15 minutes. I think I might stop M17. Yeah. Yeah. So let me go. I mean, the good thing is at least the like both of these, the Eagle and the Swan or Omega or whatever the nebula is, should they'll be better situated earlier in the evening in a over the next couple months. So I should be able to get more from those. So let's see how this works. Oh, I need to. I'm missing a golden opportunity to watch the telescope move. It is very delayed. That's weird. Okay. It looks like it already locked onto it. So that was fast. But it's having that issue again where it's not updating the image. But I'm just going to start recording it. Yeah, I mean, like, the celestial sphere goes 360 degrees over 365 over 365 days, so that's about a degree a day, and a day I'm having a hard time doing math at this point. 10 minutes. No, I was going about the calculation wrong. I think. Yeah, it would. $360. Yeah, it's a few minutes. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to think and not I was trying to think, but nothing happens. Well, this is already, wow. That's quite stunning for just a minute. Holy moly. I was not expecting it to be quite that vibrant so quickly. I'm going to go get a cup of water. I'll be right back. Plus I need to get up. Yeah, I was not expecting M27 to look like that so quickly. But that's nice. That is very satisfying. I'm still thinking about that 10 minutes. Could it be closer to 20 minutes? I don't know. But it's something like that where it'll just like every day it's just slightly more. But yeah, this M27 is looking good. I may not have to take that much I may not have to take that much, get that much data from M27. For some reason I thought it would take a lot more, but that's a-okay. The poodle cluster. So I'm just looking at things in kind of the general vicinity to see what else there might be. That looks interesting. NGC 6823. I am under Bortle 9. And like a lot of times people say 8-9, but I used I've just based on the maps, like the light pollution maps, and also kind of reading, or I used an app on my phone, which isn't necessarily the most accurate, but it kind of agreed with that, which points to Bortle 9. Yeah, 15 degrees per hour. Yeah. So let's see. So what else do I want to see over here? So we've got NGC. What else? Just trying to figure out what other things I want to image next. I think I like that one looked, that NGC one looked interesting. I mean, it depends on the target and also how bad the how the seeing is, like how clear, not the seeing, how good the transparency is, and like everything is really good tonight, which is why I'm still kind of going at it. But yeah, like going back to this is M27. That's 5 minutes of exposure. I mean, this is the default size, and I zoomed in a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it varies. Sometimes it takes hours, but that, like for fainter things, but that's kind of expected. Let us see. Oh yeah, see, a lot of the stuff is already past the meridian. Yeah, I'm tempted to go back. I don't know. Yeah, go back to the Eagle, I'm thinking. At least while I still can. Before it ends up going behind something. Yeah, maybe I'll let it go to 10 minutes. And if I don't get back to the Eagle Nebula, that's okay. Yeah, I don't think the lagoon would work. Yeah, same. Yeah, because I think they might be. Although I think I want to go back to the Eagle because I'm pretty happy with this so far. And the good thing is it's um the M27. It's a fairly clean uh, it's fairly clean as far as where in the sky it goes for me. So later in the summer I'll be able to get more from it if I need it. Um, so here goes nothing. We'll see. We'll see if the we'll see if M13 I mean M16 the Eagle Nebula is still visible to me. Okay. That's promising. So let me start that. That's cool. Yeah, I'm afraid I think the Lagoon Nebula might be a little too low in the sky for me. Because the problem is, yeah, I mean, I have houses that direction where the lagoon is. I think it's kind of going over someone's roof. And if it's high enough, it can actually go a little bit further before it runs into another, it gets blocked by a different building. But yeah, if it's not that high, it'll get blocked pretty quickly by the roof. Whereas the Eagle Nebula is just that much higher. Um, yeah, and you can see it's yeah, it's already it's getting data, so it's fine. Yeah, Lagoon and Trifid, I just noticed that, but I think because they're just that much lower. Like M16 is 46 degrees above the horizon, and the Trifid is 36. So it's like 10 degrees lower. And so yeah, I think, and it's a little bit further, just a little bit further west at this point, or a little bit further past the meridian. So I don't think it'll um like here's Trifid, and then Eagle's up here, and I'm afraid that's probably enough of a difference. One of the reasons I went is speaking of funny names, Santa's sleigh cluster. The names. And then you have patchy unnamed cloud. Okay. That's a patchy unnamed cloud. Region of sky, patchy unnamed cloud. Wild duck cluster. Yeah. Yeah. Some funny Some funny names. Dead man's chest cluster. Yeah, it's huh. That looks interesting. Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to get ideas for other things to possibly do. That's funny. Dead man's chest looks like a bottle of rum. Is there like a what was it? Davy Jones's locker. Um, okay, so I got Dumbbell Nebula. What else is there? There's the Veil, Coalsack, Crescent Nebula. Already got that one. Just kind of scanning to see if there's anything that's jumping out at me that I was like, oh, I definitely need to image that. But nothing's jumping out at me that I feel an overwhelming urge to image right now. Hole in a cluster. There are some colorful names. Definitely some colorful names. The Foxhead cluster. Yeah, so I think I might I think I might cooling tower cluster. What? Flying unicorn cluster. Yeah, I think, sorry, dead air. Yeah, I think I'm going to try one of these other ones. Maybe in a moment. Let me see what we're looking at here. Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but yes, I agree. I agree. it makes a person wonder. So the Eagle is coming along, and what are the two? There were two NGCs that I'm thinking of looking at. We have NGC, NGC, 6823. Actually, what I hadn't been looking at is the surface brightness. Oh, no. Maybe I will do that one. But then there's also NGC 6822. And that is about the same that's about the same altitude in the sky, but it's a little bit further to the east, which is good for me. So I think I'm going to try one of those next. Maybe the NGC 6822, which is Bernard's galaxy. Mix it up a bit. Yeah, maybe. We'll go with they were creative. Yeah, it's that is cool, being able to see the things visually that you'd imaged. Yeah, I mean that's another reason to go out out there. Yeah, I think yeah, I'm not how much later do you think you're going to be going? I'm not sure how much longer I'll be able to stay up. I'm pleased with what I'm getting here with the Eagle. As that Pillars of Creation area. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to get that much more of the Eagle, so I mean for me, so I'm thinking of moving on to this NGC 6822 just to kind of mix things up. It's always interesting. Like there's things that are in the Seestar catalog, but they have very little detail, which I find always kind of interesting. Um, Actually, that's a question I have is where do you camp out there? Do you do it at Davis Mountain State Park? The ghost of Jupiter. Yeah. Uh, yeah, like I've kind of skipped some of the small planetary nebula because they're just too small with the Seestar. I mean, I know the galaxies are also are kind of small, but like some of the planetary nebula, I'm kind of like, but that's me. Okay, so it got to NGC 6822. So let's try taking an image of that. But oh yeah, sorry. Yes. Yeah, I was when I've been thinking recently about going to uh Davis Mount to Fort Davis, I was thinking about staying at the Davis Mountain State Park. I've driven by it several times, but I've never actually stayed there. Um, so yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's a nice location. I mean, it's yeah, I like Fort Davis. Well, this isn't off to an awesome start. It got one frame and then had a stacking error. Yeah, yeah. I mean, at least with the Seestar, it's like that. Am I getting trailing stars? Don't tell me it's doing that again. I think it is doing that again. Oh no, I got another. Just when I'm ready to like stop it and restart it, it gets another 10 seconds of data. Yeah, that's it looked nice. Of course, the question is this even worth? Yeah, I mean it's supposedly there's something there, but maybe the surface brightness is too low for anything to show up yet. So I'll let it go for a little bit longer. Yeah. So yeah, the Big Bend. Yeah, that would be cool. Some landscape photos. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I had seen that the Indian Lodge was hotel was closed. So the for renovation or whatever. Yeah, the Big Ben, that was another place I was looking at. There's there's a few campgrounds there, and one of them is the one in the center of the park. Uh, like there was one in the center of the park, and it was definitely Bortle One, supposedly, and that's the one I've wanted to go stay at because I think that would be pretty awesome. And plus, it's like I forget how many. It's a few thousand feet above sea level too. So, um, yeah. Let's see how this is doing. Yeah, it claims it's getting data, but this target might be kind of underwhelming, maybe. Let me look this up. It's supposedly a galaxy. Oh, that's probably why, because it's an irregular galaxy. Oh, and it's only 1.6 million light years away. Interesting. Interesting. So it's not a satellite of the Milky Way, and it's kind of like the small Magellanic Cloud. Interesting. Well, maybe I'll let it go for a little bit longer. Maybe it'll surprise me. Let me look up the other one I was thinking of. Oh, it's a reflection nebula. Oh, wait. Although some of the places call it an emission nebula. What? Oh, there's a reflection nebula embedded in a large emission nebula. That's why. Yeah, maybe I may or may not try that one. Or maybe I'll just leave it at this this NGC 6822. It's still not showing. I mean, you can kind of... Oh. Yep, I think I will not be imaging this. Because the dark in the bottom is a building. So that is done. So we will do... Oops. I'm going to try one more thing. NGC 6820. Let's just see what this... Oh. See, I probably shouldn't do that one because the elevation's too high in the sky and it field rotation or just whatever. Yeah, the west of the that's why I want to go out there, is because it's, I guess Fort Davis is technically Bortle too, but even though it seems some of those areas do seem quite dark, but I could see why Big Ben would be Bortle 1. Yeah. So let me see what else I can come up with. Oh, what am I talking about? I'm already knew what I was going to do. I just need to hit go. And why is it off center? That's very frustrating. I'm going to have to redo it once it aligns. Yeah, it's Jeff Davis. Like that whole area is really cool. because it's funny because even though it's not that far from like Alpine, it's so much. It feels like definitely a world away from it in some ways because it's kind of up in the mountains, in the Davis Mountains, and it just, yeah, I like it out there. Um, so let's see. I'm just gonna go ahead and go for it and see what I get, even though it is pretty high in the sky. Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting when you're in an area like that and you see like the yellow, like the more yellow street lights or no street lights. Um, it's trailing. I mean, like the comet kind of thing. Let me see if it settles down. If it doesn't, I'm gonna have to stop it and then. Okay, it settled down. That's good. Very strange. So I'll let it go for a bit longer. We'll see what it comes up with. Of course. Okay. Okay. If it, so long as it keeps accumulating data, I'll keep it going. And this might be my last target for the night. I don't know. Yeah, I actually I looked on Zillow at one point at some property for sale out there. Like it was just empty lot. And now I'm on the list, and so I get these emails, and I think I've seen a few of those houses. Um, so some people who are definitely pretty. There was one I saw that it was amazing. I think it had like a plane wave telescope in the dome that attached or next to the house. I was like, wow, that is amazing. um, yeah, so long as this keeps going. I wonder if I'll be able to see any of the nebula, the nebulosity. Like at what point? We shall see. It's making it's making some progress. And if anybody's watching this stream at this point, well, I know there's people watching the stream, but if anybody is watching and hasn't liked it, feel free to like the video. Because then that might cause YouTube to recommend it to someone else who might not have otherwise stumbled across this, or like for the next video the next video I do, next live observing video I do, maybe it'll get suggested. idea. Yeah, it's slowly getting data. There's a lot of stars there. So this is already more interesting than that other one was. But that's good. Cool, cool. This, yeah, not to make anybody think about it, but this is this is definitely the longest live stream I've ever done. By far. Like most of the observing live streams have been around, or like the last few I think were a bit over 3 hours. This one is, I mean, the conditions are so good. It's like I couldn't stop. Like it's definitely you don't pass up these kind of opportunities. One thing I would really want to what I'd really like to do is do a live observing stream from Fort Davis, like from the Davis Mountains. I mean, either from the state park or something like that. Like I think that would be really cool. I'd also like to try to do one from Big Bend because I think that would be neat. And what I need to do, what I want to try to do is, I have not this camera, but I have another camera that can shoot video, and it's not quite as good as a Sony, but it can do pretty nice low light, and I want to try doing that, and I think that would be cool to kind of do that kind of a live stream, like a very dark sky live stream. Although I've thought about like how to do it without, like I guess you could just do it and just destroy your night vision, but I was thinking of getting like a lot of the red tape. Like I have a roll around here somewhere and just try to cover all the displays and stuff as much as I could. I was I remember I was doing car camping, and the car has like the new cars. I mean, modern cars. A lot of them have the displays, and it was just so painful. Like you have everything shut off, and you're like looking out the windows, and then you do something, and like the screen comes. It's like, oh my gosh! I think I ended up taking a piece of like cardboard or something and putting it over the display so it wouldn't blind me every time it came on. Yeah, I mean I don't see any nebulosity, but there is this one has a star cluster in the like embedded. I mean, yeah, in the nebula area, so it's like that's coming through the star cluster, but no nebulosity yet, or at least not as a noticeable amount. This thing weighs so much. Let me see this. What is it? The Yeah, this, I guess the reason why this seems so heavy is because it's literally double the weight of one of my mirrorless cameras. It is quite a tank. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. All right. It's making progress. Oh, I just got a like for some reason I didn't get all the messages and they just all came through at once. Yeah, the yeah, I had thought about that over the years, like retiring out to Fort Davis. Yeah. Yeah. Well, speaking of Elon Musk, I actually I have access to a Starlink terminal. So I was actually thinking of taking that out there. So it wouldn't be. I guess that's the only reason why I think I could actually pull it off is because of that. Because otherwise, yeah, cell service out there, especially enough to be able to stream. Yeah, yeah. I probably that's a good point. I mean, I probably would need to get a gel or some gels, a sheet to put it on a lot of the things. Um, yeah, yeah, yep, yep, yep. Let's see. Well, I mean, this thing isn't like totally disappointing. This NGC, but the lack of nebulosity has kind of been a disappointment. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, yeah, those, yeah. I mean, the one good thing about, astrophotography where you take like a bunch of really short exposures is at least you can kind of work around that a bit more better. Yeah, that would be terrible. Like if you're taking long exposures, that would really suck. Yeah, it would that would really be kind of frustrating. What am I Yeah, this is just kind of disappointing. There's no I'm not getting any nebulosity. Wow, that's impressive. I don't know how much I captured. Right, right. Oh, that's cool. That's a good idea. I usually, a lot of times I'll just shut off the Seestar and not do it until the next day. Um, hmm. Nice. Yeah, that's always, yeah, like mine has been staying at 100% just because I always have it plugged into a power bank. Yeah, this I'm getting no nebulosity on this, so I'm gonna stop this. Yeah, that's basically what I have. Um, it definitely it makes a huge difference. That's too low in the sky. I thought that might be something I could image, but no. Yeah. Yeah, the 200 those solar generators. Yeah, I always hate the name. I hated that name. It just but yeah. But yeah. Yeah, solar panels and they've gotten a lot better. I have like a 350 watt panel. I had like a 100 watt and then I ended up getting some deal on a 350 um portable one, and that's great, but that thing is just that's heavy. Too heavy almost. Yeah, I'm just looking at Stellarium for other ideas because I stopped the that that NGC object because it wasn't doing much. But like a lot of the stuff is past the meridian, so um, so my odds of success are low at this point. So I might I might just have to call it an evening. The this like I was saying earlier, this is by far my longest live stream. It's been going on for 6 hours now. Um, Yeah. Definitely a bit longer than I expected. I can't help myself. Just checking on the camera, on the telescope. It's still there. Oh, it's moving. Yeah, I need to look into a more real-time camera. Just to give it more feedback. I mean, to get more to get more real-time feedback from it. Phone. So again, I can't help myself, but I'm just gonna start this and run it for a little bit, just since the last two targets have been so disappointing. All right. So here goes nothing. Last target. This time for real. Yeah, I figured after the disappointment of the previous two ones, the previous two, I figured it would be good to end on a high note, I guess. Oh yeah, see, look, you can already kind of see. I mean, I don't know if it comes through on YouTube, but I can already see like a little bit of wispiness there. Yeah, see, look, it's already kind of coming through. So yeah, I think a few minutes of this and I'll be able to go to bed with knowing that I, like I say, end on a high note for the evening, and trying to take advantage of the good conditions. Yeah, I don't even know how many Messier objects I have to go. Um, I want to get all the Messier, but then I also have like started keeping track of all the NGC objects I've been going through. So yeah, I've kind of been building out. Like there's a few catalogs I want to try to start going through. And then of course I have like other diversions, like the whole quasar thing. So one thing I do in case people want to look at the live stream afterwards, or if they caught it beforehand and they want to kind of scrub to certain sections, is I try to go back and add time codes, and I actually do it manually, where I kind of play the video back at an accelerated speed and kind of make note of the time codes. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this video. Like, it's going to, I may have to do something more automated, because doing time codes for this video is going to be kind of a headache. And there is a limit on, like, you can stream as long as you want, but the videos won't be available to be on demand if it's longer than I thought, unless they change it. I think it was like 12 hours. So I'm definitely not going to do any live observing streams that long. I think that would be bad. Oh yeah, look at this. Only 2 minutes and you can already see like the different colors. That's great. I feel good. Ending on a high note. And this really makes me want to get the this really makes me want to get the you say that. It isn't like spring and fall the ideal time for messy marathons. 'Cause maybe, yeah, maybe maybe I do a messy marathon live stream. That would be interesting. March, April. I thought you could also do it in the fall, but maybe not. Oh yeah, no, never mind. Yeah. Maybe next year. Maybe next year I'll do a messy marathon live stream. Or if you go, if I go to an area that's more northerly, yeah, have like a really long, 18-hour night or something up in Canada or Iceland. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I saw a couple people do videos about how they did a messy marathon or almost got through all of them. But yeah, what was it? Oh. Yeah, see, I really want to get that scripting go. The automated control of the Seestars running, because I really want to do a mosaic of the veil. Like, I think that would be awesome. Like of the whole. I mean, like of the whole complex. That would be really cool. Because yeah, I mean, you can see it's you're only able to get a very small part of it in one frame. So that would be cool to do the whole thing. So another project for another day. But this is already starting to show, and I don't even know I don't even know if it's up to date, because it's been having that slow update problem. Yep. Anyway, so what else? Yeah, this is looking nice. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might be able to get a little observing in tomorrow. Maybe I'll process some of the photos tomorrow or Saturday during the day, and then, or maybe Sunday. Because I'm kind of eager to see what how some of these turned out, especially the ones like the Eagle where I already had some data. Yeah. Yeah, and so like this kind of messes me up sometimes. So in Stellarium, I have the Seestar sensor and the Seestar kind of uh, specs defined, but then sometimes I'll not do it correctly and I'll be on like the wrong sensor, like like this is what a Canon full frame sensor, or what a full frame sensor with the optics of the Seestar would look like if it could cover that image circle. Um, and like look at how big the field would be. Um, but even like an APS-C, like you can get the entire veil. I mean the whole thing in. Yeah, exactly. This like this. So this is the Seestar optics with a an APS-C sensor, and you can get like the whole thing. Um, but yeah, like I have a 600 millimeter lens, and with a full frame, it won't quite fit at 600 millimeters, but at 300 or at 450, it would fit nicely. Um, but yeah, I think that's also like the camera I have that I use on my solar telescope, on my H alpha telescope. It's a very small sensor, and I can I can get like 90% of the sun's disk on the frame, and it's kind of frustrating because it's almost 100%. And so that was one of the reasons why I'd been looking at some of those other cameras is, you know, they can still be relatively small, but they'd still be bigger than the one I have, and so I should be able to get a full frame, I mean a full disc image. Um, and the optics would cover it because it's not like an APS-C sensor. It still would be a small sensor. But anyway. Yeah, this is looking nice. This is looking nice. I'm definitely very happy with that. And I definitely need to get the mosaic stuff working. Um, so what else? So are you Wiley site? Are you done for the? Are you done imaging? Did you get everything off of it, off the Seestar yet? Okay. So you're on the you're on the Seestar. I mean, on that underground Discord, because I need to go join that. Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, if I don't see you on another live stream, I'll see you there. But yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it up because I've been going for 6.5 hours. Yeah, 6.5 hours because I started right at 9:30. But it was a great evening, and yeah, that'll be interesting. Thanks for joining. If you're watching this after the fact, I always like talking about it on a live stream because people do look at it afterwards, I think. And thanks, Wiley Sight and everybody else, especially Wiley Sight, who's still around, still was imaging. It was a good imaging night for many of us, so that's been good. It was very not to keep using the word. It's been very satisfying that to get through all this. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna wrap it up, and I'm gonna shut down this. I'll probably let this run for a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna pack up my gear. But I'm gonna end the stream. Yeah, thank you. Same to you. I will see you around, and I'll see everybody else around. So have a good evening, and clear skies to you all. Thanks.